We'll have to start again. Okay, we are recording. This is the Complaint Committee of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. The date is June 15. The time is 5:42. I will read remote access to information and participation. In accordance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N3320 declaring a state of emergency regarding the COVID-19 outbreak and Mayor London and Breed's proclamation declaring a local emergency issued on February 25, 2020, including the guidance for gatherings issued by the San Francisco Department of Public Health Officer, aggressive directives to reduce the spread of COVID-19. On March 17, 2020, the Board of Supervisors authorized their board and committee meetings to convene remotely via Microsoft Teams and will allow remote public comment via teleconference. Members of the public may participate by phone or may submit their comments by email to cheryl.lizet@sfgov.org. All comments received will be made a part of the official record. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force agendas and their associated documents are available at sfbos.org/sunshine. As the COVID-19 disease progresses, please visit the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force website regularly to be updated on the current situation as it affects the legislative process. Chair Schmidt, do you want to read meeting decorum? You're on mute.
All right, please, could you read that, Cheryl? Thank
Sure. Meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. Shall I call item 1, sir?
Yes, please. Let's go ahead.
Call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. Roll call. Member Forsley.
Here.
Member Forsley present. Member Stein.
Present.
Member Stein present. Chair Schmidt.
Present.
Present. We have a quorum.
Okay, let's go ahead with number 2 then.
Item number 2, approval of the May 11, 2021 Complaint Committee meeting minutes. Does anybody have any comment or suggestion about the minutes? I have a copy of it right here.
Yes, please.
You should make your comment, Mr. Warfield, at public comment.
That's fine. I thought you said, does anybody have something to say? If
I was referring to the
hasn't been called yet, just let us know, please. Thank you.
I have one thing. I'm not sure if we needed to talk about an agenda change. I believe that you may have made an agenda change in terms of the order of the cases. Is that something that needs to be discussed, or is that already finalized, Cheryl?
No, it's already finalized. I received a request for reasonable accommodation from Winship Hillier. His case was originally scheduled to be last, and he made a request in a timely manner, and so he asked that he be heard first.
Okay, good. That's done then. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can talk about approval of the minutes, and yeah, I have no changes myself.
I don't either. This is Member Stein.
Member Forsley?
No.
No changes. Okay. Shall we take public comment?
Yes, please.
All right, let's first have a motion. We need a motion for approval of the minutes. Who would like to move and who would like to second?
Member Stein, I can move to approve the minutes.
I can second it. This is Member Forsley.
Okay, at this time we will take public comment on the motion for approval of the minutes. Do we have speakers?
I'd like
Yes,
to speak.
please.
Anonymous.
An anonymous speaker, okay. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, please.
Mr. Warfield, okay, we have 2 speakers. Are there other speakers?
This is a second anonymous, please.
Okay. Okay. Anonymous number 1, are you ready?
Yes. How much time do I have? 3 minutes?
3 minutes. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I believe there are defects in the reporting of the agenda for the meeting of the May meeting. I believe that they are defective. I made comments that I do not see reflected in your report of the minutes of the last meeting. I made some of which I'll repeat right now. So the last 2 official task force mailings I received from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force did not contain any return address. They're both, the first mailing contained the agenda for the May meeting of the Complaints Committee, and the second mailing contained a copy of the documents packet for the May meeting, which arrived after the meeting took place. I have found since December 2020, when the administrator stopped answering her phone, I have been greatly hampered in my ability to communicate with the administrator or the task force. From March through early December of last year, it was possible for anonymous complainants such as myself to reach the administrator live on a phone call. Sometime in December 2020, without warning or explanation, the administrator stopped answering her phone live. All of these complainants have one thing in common: they represent poor management. A recent U.S. Census documented the fact that more than 100,000 San Franciscans do not have Internet access from their homes. Many of those, such as myself, also do not have cell phones. So I believe it would restore and help facilitate greatly critically necessary communication between the public and the task force for the administrator to set aside 2 designated hours or time slots each week when she would answer her phone and help anonymous complainants such as myself process their Sunshine requests. These time slots would not of necessity require the anonymous complainant to leave his or her phone number, which is the way the administrator currently does her business on her telephone, which I find really very, very frustrating. So other comments last May, and they're not reflected in the minutes that you have put up on your website and or printed in your paper comments. We are suffering under tremendous
20 seconds.
What's that?
20 seconds.
We're suffering under tremendous disadvantages in not meeting in person, where typically everybody could see each other and get the documents were laid out on the table right there for anybody to get. This is not the way to run the task force. We're going to have to get back to normal as soon as possible with live meetings.
Your time is up, sir.
Thank you.
Do we have speaker number 2?
Yes, just tell me when to start.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I'm starting the clock now. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and also by mail at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. I noticed that the contact information for us actually is correct under item 1 on its first appearance only. Although it should be, I think, improved or made clearer, it's not a single address, the email combined with the P.O. box. Those should be separated with an and, or, one word. You can reach us at this or that address, or both. And I have stated for a number of times why it's important to us to have that identification clearly in place and recorded. So I appreciate that there's been progress made, and in the past those things have been left out, portions have been left out, portions have been mistakenly entered, and so on. I'd like to reiterate that I think it's important, and I consider it important, that when we say it, that it be included in the minutes. And the reason is that everybody else who's taking part here in the public sphere is easily accessible, and their contact information is easily found, whether you're the task force, whether you're a respondent, but the members of the public don't have institutional backing of that sort. With respect to some of the contents, I think in general the minutes are generally much too vague and sometimes incorrect, and I think more attention needs to be paid to fuller minutes, which partly give meaning to what people are saying and to your meetings. So, for example, on item 3, I'm quoted as saying something that I don't recall saying at all. The issue was systematically having no response to requests for changes and then no explanation or discussion about it. The other, I'll just leave it at that and say that the other ones could be a little bit more full and more clear. There are things that talk about what I have said about name, and that.
Thank you, Cheryl. Do we have another speaker?
We do. Just a second. You are anonymous number 2, sir?
Yes.
You ready?
I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. In this chain of motions of approving the prior meeting's minutes, I believe this committee has forgotten one of those minutes, either February or March. So please check up on that, and I hope to see a motion of that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Cheryl.
I believe that was it. Was 3, Chair Schmidt.
Great. Okay. So that is, I guess we're ready for approval on that.
Ready for a vote?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Aye.
I apologize. This is for approval of the May 11, 2021 minutes. So, Member Stein, you approve?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know if we wanted to have a discussion about, or just a brief discussion about just having the public comments that were made reincorporated from last time, if people feel that their comments weren't adequately reflected in the minutes. But if there's not a discussion, then I will say, okay.
If discussion's fine. If you want to talk and then vote, or vote and then talk, either's fine with me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't take notes on the minutes. I just, I don't take notes at the meeting generally on all of the public comment. I take some, but not all. And when I look at the minutes, I just look for things that I know I've said correctly or not correctly, and to the best of my ability. But I do remember that there was some comment about the difficulty of reaching the office, and I think that would be right to have that in the minutes, since it was a comment made last time. So I'll just say that.
Okay, and with that stated, we can make a change to the approval if you wish, to have a different motion where we.
Do we need to have a motion, or can we just say, like, these are the changes and then we move to approve it?
That sounds good. Yeah, if I think technically we would want to specify a couple changes and then add that into the motion.
Right.
I'm not sure if we would then need to open it up again. Cheryl, do you have any thoughts on that?
We can discuss the minutes, but this is a motion for approval. We can make a motion for approval with recommended amendments.
Okay. So I would just say, I would maybe, if people are open to this, I would say like I would make a motion to approve the minutes, just adding, I guess, 2 changes. One is just to note that there was a anonymous comment at the last meeting about the difficulty of reaching our office. You know, just being able to get through to the administrator and reach our office, and a request that there be specific office hours. Just to have that there, because that was a comment made last time. And then maybe also to change Mr. Warfield's library user's address to say and or. So it just makes it clear that there's 2 different ways to get in touch with the Library Users Association. So with those 2 changes, I would make the recommendation to approve the minutes.
Yeah, I've already made a note of Mr. Warfield's decision or his comment to add the word or. So I already put that in the minutes. I wrote it down.
Okay.
I'm
I'm fine with those changes.
I don't have a problem with that. I guess we should figure out if we want to go forward with a second and then go ahead. Then we would have a change, somewhat altered motion.
Yeah, I'm fine with those changes. I seconded the motion.
Okay. Shall we take a vote now?
Yes, let's do that.
All right. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein. Aye.
Aye.
Member Forsley. Aye. Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt. Aye. The motion for approval of the minutes with recommended amendments, including a change specified by an anonymous commenter regarding the difficulty of reaching the task force administrator. We all set?
Yes, we can go on to the next item.
Item number 3, public comment. Members of the public may address the committee on matters that are within the committee's jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
Yes, if you're asking for public comment.
I have a comment.
Anonymous would also like to speak.
Anonymous number 2 would also like to speak.
All right. Who's the first speaker?
Number 3.
I believe that's.
I'm number 3.
I need to know who the first speaker is.
I believe I spoke first, but go ahead, whatever you like.
Okay, that's fine. You ready, Mr. Warfield?
Yes, just please tell me when to go. I don't know. I can't see hand signals or anything like that.
Okay.
On the phone.
You may begin.
Thank you. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and also P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. Many of you are new, and presumably all of you at the task force have a real interest in making open government work. And so I have harbored high hopes that this session, if you like, of the task force would be able to make some good progress on open government matters. This is especially true in light of 2 fairly recent infringements on open government and your effectiveness. First, the COVID-19 restrictions, which we hope will end soon, and hope you certainly lobby for their withdrawal very promptly. That is, for their prompt withdrawal. And second, problems with the support you have received for your work. For example, the apparent reduction of access to legal counsel, especially at a time when so many of you are new and might benefit from having an attorney available as you negotiate relatively unfamiliar territories of law and precedents. A member of the public made some very moving public comment about the tremendous difficulties of taking a complaint from start to finish at the task force at the last task force meeting, and I think those comments would be good to keep in mind. I also think there would be a much improved adherence to the law and incidentally fewer complaints if this body, and presumably you could certainly do that, would look into how it's working for the public and what would happen if you were to provide swifter and very consistent justice. At the last task force meeting, you determined that our Library Users Association had successfully brought a complaint about the Library Commission violating the law by not providing a reasonable opportunity for public comment, and had set up a remote meeting mechanism that unlawfully charged potential telephone users more than $0 to participate. That was good, and I appreciated Member Dean Schmidt bringing it up.
30 seconds.
The issue, and Member Yankee and Schmidt bringing up the question of where is the actual location. In the past, orders of determination would often say what's needed to fix the problem or problems. And maybe that still happens, but I don't recall it happening at that particular meeting. And I think it would be useful to follow up to figure out what exactly did go wrong or what could be improved to give a fairer chance to people to make public comment. And I think that kind of clarification would also reduce the number of complaints in future. Thank you.
Thank you. When you're ready, Cheryl, we'll have our next public commenter.
Who is next?
Anonymous one.
Okay. You ready, sir?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I have been using Task Force with considerable benefit for decades, actually. It's hard to put it in perspective because technology and so many other things have impinged on the function of the task force. But I think the question, I'm going to elaborate on what I said earlier, which has to do with the digital divide. And we will notice, of course, there are only a few people participating in this meeting and in the previous meeting. And I think that's partially a function of the digital divide, of the frustrations of communicating with the task force and the administrator. And I'm very, very concerned that when things get back to normal with in-person meetings, we will not recover fully to the openness we had when we were meeting in City Hall. I don't know how to say this any other way, but I know that many people use Zoom and they take it as part of the normal day-to-day living and functioning, but there are many of us who will not be able to do that, who cannot use Zoom, cannot use the internet, cannot use even this phone arrangement is, I don't want to sound sarcastic, but I think really laughable. You just cannot do a meeting this way with the amount of accessibility and openness that we were used to in City Hall. I hope we can find out. I'd like somebody to answer the question, when are we going to return to normal for open meetings, public meetings at City Hall of the task force? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, let's go ahead with our next comment.
No, just a second, Chair Schmidt. I can address that particular commenter's
Cheryl, that's fine. That's fine. Go ahead.
Anonymous number one, just to let you know, we don't have a date that we're going back to City Hall. It has not been decided by the mayor yet. So we don't know.
Okay.
May anonymous number two give comment?
Yes, you may. Just a second.
Thank you.
you ready, sir?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So the city attorney's office recently attempted to use a letter to restrict my access to public records because of his personal opinion on whether my requests serve his view of the purpose of the Sunshine Ordinance. And these are my random sampling of nearly every public official's communications. But my requests are in fact widely cited by every major media outlet in San Francisco and lots of smaller ones and activists. It's my random sampling request that first showed the allegedly incriminating text messages of Harlan Kelly and Walter Wong cited months later by the DOJ. It's my request that published the widely discussed Mayor Breed and Chief of Police text messages last summer showing Breed ordering sweeps of homeless people after denying it. It's my request that were published by Mission Local showing DPW's invoices and letters regarding alleged misuse of money by Nuru after his arrest. It's my request to the Comptroller's Office that Supervisor Marr cites regarding the audit of PUC's Community Benefits Program. Now, I did not know about any of this conduct before these requests. I simply randomly sampled them across the entire city, and the records become publicly available on websites like Muckrock and Document Cloud. And the city attorney is pissed off because I am using Sunshine to do exactly what the preamble says it's for, which is to find public officials conducting business in secret in ways that their voters may not like. And I'm going to keep on doing it. Because when the public officials don't know what you're requesting, it's much harder for them to hide the information that is controversial or scandalous. So when you just randomly sample the requests, you find a lot more stuff in there than you would if you say, no, I want your messages about, say, homeless sweeps or about, say, alleged bribery. You can just ask for any records in a certain date time, and they just have to give you them. And then you or many other people, other reporters, other people on the internet, anyone else in society can go through and you can go find what you're looking for in those requests instead of letting the government pick and choose. So Dennis Herrera can keep on trying, but I'm still going to do this. And it is going to continue to expose public officials acting in ways that they don't want their constituents to know. Thank you for the good work you do here. And I know that this task force just issued dozens of orders of determination today. So we'll see if the city actually complies with your orders. Thank you very much.
We thank you for that public comment. Cheryl, I think we had at least one other.
Yes.
Okay. Are you anonymous number 3?
Yeah, I'm number 3. I'm not anonymous. Just I want to state it for the record. My name is Jami Chiu. I have received an email to appear for today's meeting. My attendance is required, but I found out my case is not calendared, even though I received the notice on the June 2nd to appear for today's meeting. But today's agenda, my case is not calendar. So I am confused, but I will be waiting for the next, I don't know when my case will be heard, but I want to get it for the record that I did receive the notice, but then my case is not calendar for today, even though I received it on June 2nd I'm required to attend it for today's meeting. Thank you.
I will ask that.
I can address that.
Yes, please.
Yes. She was at an EOT meeting last week. Her case was heard.
Okay. Do we know from anyone what the case number is on that?
My case number is 21007. Yeah, that's why I was confused.
Okay, it looks like, yeah, your case may have come up last week. Go ahead, yes. Cheryl, anything else on that?
Yeah, it came up last week, and the minutes were taken, and I believe they were published, so you can look at those. You are also welcome to listen to the recording of last week's hearing. But I think I made it clear that it would be at the Education Outreach and Training Committee hearing and not today's hearing.
I don't know where you make it clear because I received the email. That's why I want to clarify. I do not want to miss anything.
You're not missing anything. Your case is next. The next opportunity for you to speak will be at a task force hearing, and that will be on Wednesday, the first Wednesday of the month. It has not been scheduled yet, but it's going to be heard.
Okay.
Cheryl, it sounds like there was a movement in that hearing to send it to the task force. Is that accurate?
Let me take a look at the minutes.
So she should know that there is going to be further notification to her of another hearing that will be scheduled, it sounds like.
Yes, just a second. I'm looking at the minutes right now. Action. Moved by member Padmanabhan, seconded by Chair Hyland, to find jurisdiction that the records are public and forward to the task force with no recommendation for hearing. But it will go to the task force. There's no recommendation to be brought to the task force regarding your complaint. That's what that means.
Okay.
So you will hear further, and there will be a hearing, but it will be before the full task force. That's what appears to have happened at that hearing, the EOTC. So that's the best I can tell you at this point.
Yeah, because I just want to make sure, because I received the email for today's hearing because in front of a complaint committee, and it's not Canada. But if it's all cleared up, then it's all good. Okay, I just want to make sure. No. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. I think we can, I think that's resolved for the moment. And do we have anyone else for general public comment? Does not sound like there's anyone else on this item. So let's, Cheryl, could we go ahead then? Looks like we may be up to number 4 on the agenda.
We are. Item number 4, file number 21021, complaint filed by Winship Hillier against the Behavioral Health Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sections 67.7 and 67.9 by failing to provide meaningful and sufficiently clear agenda descriptions, distribute agenda packets to members of the public, 6715 by failing to provide an opportunity for public comment on each item on the agenda, and California Public Records Act by failing meeting with quorum and failing to list disability information on the agenda.
Okay, good. Okay, yes, it sounds like maybe Victor has something to say. Did I hear a voice there?
Yes, this is Victor,
yes.
Assistant Clerk. I just wanted to give you a quick summary, or maybe not a summary. A similar item to this case was heard last week. The staff at the Behavioral Health Commission just found out about these complaints as there was a big lag in time where we didn't have a contact for this, and we finally found one this week. So he is relatively new to this complaint and is backing up somebody else's work. This complaint is similar to the one we heard last week, and we probably should schedule them at the same time once they get to the full board. But just to give you a little warning, both parties have some familiarity with this case, and our respondent may not have very much information for you at this point in time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Victor. I did see there were two different case numbers. I wasn't quite sure what was going on with the other one. Who do we have present here to speak on this item? Parties, witnesses, etc. Could you announce yourselves at this time?
Winship Hillier, petitioner.
Okay, the petitioner is here. Is there anyone here for the Behavioral Health Commission at this time?
Jeffrey Greer, I'm here for the respondent and Behavioral Health Commission.
Okay, good. Now, I'm going to say members, based on what Victor has said, do you have any thoughts on special handling on this? Do you want to go ahead with it to see, to look at our sort of preliminary issues, or do you want to do something else with this?
You're on mute, Laura.
Sorry, this is Laura, Member Stein. I feel like since we reviewed it and both parties are here, I would prefer to hear from them. We may feel like there's an issue of not having an adequate response from the respondent, but we may also feel like we've heard enough to know what to do. So I would go forward with it for the sake of clearing cases and the fact that people have taken the time and effort to be here.
Member Forsley,
yes,
is
I
that
agree.
Okay. Having myself reviewed it also and seen the level of detail and specificity in the file, I will just say that we don't make any final determinations here. And we're looking primarily to resolve a couple of preliminary questions before it might, in some cases, something may not appear to be ready for prime time. It may not appear to either have the types of jurisdictional issues, or maybe something else is going to come up here where we don't want to send it to the task force yet. But I think we're ready here to hear from the parties, in this case, to figure out if this is ready to go before the full task force. So I think at this point, let's go ahead. We will hear 3 minutes from each of the parties to start. And yeah, let's go ahead with it. Cheryl, when you're ready, could you put Mr. Hillier on time?
Yeah. Mr. Hillier, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I'm timing myself so I don't need a 30-second warning. The San Francisco, I'm getting an echo here. Can someone put themselves on mute? Okay, thank you. The San Francisco Community Mental Health, I'm still getting an echo. Can you put yourselves on mute, please?
This is Victor Young, Assistant Clerk. I am going to mute everybody, and you can press *6 if you would like to unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you, Victor.
The speaker was also muted because I can't tell which one he's calling from. He can press *6 to unmute himself.
I'm just saying that perhaps we should start Mr. Hillier's timing. Give him 3 minutes because he had echo.
Yes, please.
Mr. Hillier,
Yes.
you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, and I'm timing myself. Okay, the San Francisco Community Mental Health Advisory Board was created by ordinance of the Board of Supervisors in 1958, just 5 years after the California State Legislature passed the Brown Act, and a full 35 years before the same Board of Supervisors passed the San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance, which is itself 28 years old. This body, as far as I can tell, has never been in compliance with either law, and they exhibit deeply entrenched resistance to full compliance. It has been alleged that no less than 3 people in the past year have resigned from the commission because, at least in part, of my complaints about open meetings violations. These people would apparently rather not serve than countenance my complaints and let alone do anything to solve the problems. It's not exactly clear from whence this intense resistance arises, but there seems to be a very strong loyalty to former staff who resigned last year after serving for 21 years in that position. This former staff was hostile to open meetings laws and to parliamentary procedure, and they instituted a number of informal customs in the commission, which have had great longevity and which are inimical to open meetings and to parliamentary procedure. And it is for this reason I can attend any meeting of the commission and log a score of violations of open meetings laws alone. And the same violations will happen over and over and over, month after month after month. Even last month, after having warned them, of course, many, many, many times, even last month, I observed violations that I had complained to this body about in July of 2020, almost a year ago. That concludes my opening argument. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else on behalf of the petitioner to speak on behalf of the petitioner at this time? Okay, at this point, it's Cheryl, when you're ready, we can hear from the respondent, and that'll be 3 minutes. And, you could also talk about any kind of complications in terms of notification that may have been delayed in some way.
Sir, are you ready, Mr. Greer?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to present. First of all, I have recently taken this position, and I did not even know about these formalized complaints until last week. I think it was Thursday or Tuesday. I found it at 11 o'clock, and I had a hearing at 5:30. As you can see, or I think most of the task force is familiar with Mr. Hillier. He has made a career out of filing complaints and inundating the Board of Supervisors, the Sunshine Commission, and anybody else who will listen with onerous amounts of paperwork. I have no idea why he would like to spend his time hobbling the Behavioral Health Commission. We're doing our absolute best. I fully endorse the Sunshine Committee, and I endorse and embrace public comment. I'd like to address his first complaint on September 8th, failure to send copies of the agenda packet to each person who requested one. I wasn't there, haven't been there. However, I do know that was in the height of the pandemic, and I doubt if anybody was trying to put anything in an envelope. He does seem to be capable to access the Department of Public Health website, and the agendas and minutes are all posted there for those to see. His next item, a failure to accept public comment on each item on the agenda. I don't know what he means, accept public comment, because on that agenda on September 8th, which happens to be the executive committee, I counted at least 4 public comment items after each item that was available for public comment. He then comes to failure to provide adequate description of each item on the agenda. that becomes very subjective. Everybody else, all other attendees for those meetings seem to gather and understand the description and follow the agenda, except for Mr. Hilliard. Failure to provide disability information on the agenda. On this particular item, I do believe that there was the disability notice that was left off. I don't know why that happened. Once again, I wasn't there. I can't speak to that. Failure to have quorum because we have 17 members. The seats aren't all filled, and we do have several life complicating situations, i.e. some people, pardon?
20 seconds.
Some people were having problems getting on Zoom and whatnot. So if you didn't have a quorum, we had permission from the Behavioral Health Services to continue on and have a working meeting. No votes were taken, no action was taken, but a discussion was held. I could go on and look forward to going on, and I thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Anyone else here to speak on behalf of the respondent? Okay, there not being anyone further at this time. Members. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello? Hello, can I speak?
I'm not sure. Are you speaking on behalf of the respondent?
I'm speaking. I'm the co-chair of the Behavioral Health Commission. And I wanted to back up what the executive director just said.
Oh, sure.
Can I do that?
Okay. And please identify yourself, and then
I am Rochelle.
I'm sorry. 1 minute. We're going to need to time so we can have a limit on it. So please wait until Cheryl gives you a time signal.
Oh, and this is actually Member Forsley. If we could just back up and have the person that just spoke on behalf of the commission identify what their role is.
Mr. Greer, right? Yeah, Mr. Greer, could you say what your role is? Mr. Greer, are you still there?
Mr. Greer is the executive director.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It was the muting thing. Yes, my name is Jeffrey Greer. I'm the acting executive director for the San Francisco Behavioral Health Commission.
The commission. Okay. Member
and
Forsley, is that Member Forsley? Is that what you were looking for?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. So when Cheryl's ready, we have another speaker on behalf of the respondent.
Sir, can you give me your name, please?
It's Rochelle Lee Slota, S-L-O-T-A.
Rochelle Lee Slota.
Slota.
F as in Frank?
S as in Sam, L-O-T-A. Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
I am co-chair of the Behavioral Health Commission along with Carletta Jackson-Lang. I am not a lawyer. I don't want to be a lawyer. I got on the Behavioral Health Commission because my son was homeless in the Tenderloin, suffering from mental illness, and I wanted to find better ways to help him. So that's why I'm on the commission. Not to fend off a constant barrage of charges about minutia. I want to solve real problems. Hillier manufactures complaints and lawsuits for a living. He can't seem to make up his mind whether he wants to destroy the commission or lead the commission. He ran against me in February of this year for co-chair of the Behavioral Health Commission, even though he's just a member of the public, because he insisted that there was no rules in our bylaws against it. So in fact, he ran against me. He tried to bully the chair of the bylaws committee into making him the chair of the bylaws committee, which caused the chair of the bylaws committee to resign. He sent 65 emails over a 3-month period to our previous chair, Marilyn Tosconi, that were often 8 and 10 pages long. And she resigned. She couldn't take it. I am at my wit's end. I have been close to resigning because of Mr. Hillier. It is agony to have to deal with his escalating demands, his escalating complaints that never, that you know, if one complaint is dealt with, 10 more follow them. I'm at my wit's end. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else on behalf of the respondent here today? Okay. Members, on this matter, we are primarily here. Our basic mission, as people know, is to look at whether we're seeing, you know, are these public meetings, are these public records, make a determination of jurisdiction. Sometimes we'll make a recommendation, but often not. And then, you know, sometimes there's something preliminary that we see. So for Mr. Hillier and for the respondents, our mission here today is somewhat limited. Members, any thoughts on what we should do here today?
Well, this is Member Forsley. I just want to say that I understand the sentiments on both sides, and I can understand where some of the, I guess, the frustration is coming from on both sides. I would, obviously there's jurisdiction, and I think that's all I want to express to the respondents, that's all we're determining today is if we have jurisdiction. And I think based on the complaint and what the complaint is complaining about, we do have jurisdiction. And I would definitely encourage that when it goes to the full board, that the Behavioral Health Commission sort of has someone that can itemize the counters to what the complainant is alleging, because it sounds like that's what the initial respondent was attempting to do. But I think this is not necessarily the meeting for that, because we're not determining here if there was a violation. So I would encourage when it does go to the full board that things are outlined as such. And there's actually evidence brought as such, not just we did this, we did this, we did that, but actual documented evidence that those things were done. I definitely understand that a lot of times, a lot of the boards and commissions and committees, the people that are put on them, they don't know the rules, they don't know the processes that they should be undertaking, and they don't necessarily receive training on those processes. So I don't think it's a situation where they're just being obstinate and trying to hide things necessarily. But I could be wrong. But I think that it's important that the evidence is brought when it goes before you know, the full task force, itemizing the things that were actually done to either not have these type of things happen with the commission again, or show that the complainant is wrong and these things were actually happening.
Okay. Thank you, Member Forsley. Yeah, I'm pretty much with you on that. I'm not quite sure if I understand, even after hearing from our speakers, why we haven't gotten anything from the respondent on this, because that's something that we need, and the task force is going to need something, hopefully, in terms of a written response before any kind of full task force meeting. I will also ask our administrator clerk what happened with the 21036, which is sort of the connected case.
That case was heard last week. Like Administrator Young said, Victor, he said that it was only recently that we learned who the executive director of the Behavioral Health Commission was. So he has not had an opportunity to review everything. As you probably noticed, this particular complaint is 91 pages long, and there's a lot to address. So my understanding is that he has not had the time to fully prepare a response.
Okay, and did that get sent? I'm sorry, did that one get sent to the full task force last week, or
no,
they put it on hold?
It was at EOT.
Okay, EOTC. And what was the resolution before the EOT committee?
Let me just. I'm looking at my minutes right now.
That was a different complaint. That was not 21036. It was 20100 that was heard last week.
Yeah.
There are 4 complaints.
There's four complaints. Okay.
Okay. Do you want the action for last week's hearing?
Give me that action, then I have another question about it.
Okay. Moved by Chair Hyland, second by Member Frazier, to find jurisdiction, that the records are public, and refer the matter to the task force to consider the following violations: 67.7 for failing to comply with the agenda requirements, 67.15 for failing to allow public comment, and 67.29 for failing to maintain and update their web page access. That's what happened at last week. I mean, after tonight's hearing, I'm more than happy to send you the minutes.
No, that's all right. I'm just trying to figure out if these should be scheduled together, because there was a suggestion earlier that they should. I'm not sure if they need to be, but also I wanted to know if for some reason the other committee had sort of put the brakes on this in some way. But that answers my questions about, what we want to do here today. Thank you, Cheryl.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with Member Forsley that, there's jurisdiction, and these are meetings that would come under the ordinance. I don't know if there's anything special we can do with this other than send it on. Any questions for the witnesses? I don't have any.
I think Member Forsley has a question.
Sorry, that hand was from before.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right.
Do we want to formulate a motion?
I'm going to ask I'm sorry. I am going to ask a question of Mr. Greer. Is there some reason why, if you had gotten earlier notification about this, that you would have submitted some type of written response to our committee so that we could consider that written response here today?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I absolutely would have. As I stated, to me, from my position, I received notification at 11 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday of last week. 5:30, I was in a hearing that I knew nothing about, had no idea what to do or what the complaints were. It was 156 pages, and then I found out there's a 91 pager, there's a 66 pager, then there's a 45 pager. Those are just the large documents that are coming as far as complaints. Had I had adequate time, certainly would have submitted evidence, or I would have responded to each complaint, as I attempted to do verbally here. Maybe I misinterpreted the forum, but no, I was fully willing, even unarmed, on Tuesday to appear before the commission, because I do believe in the Sunshine Commission. I do believe in the right for public comment and public speaking. I have no animus towards Mr. Hillier. However, I think that we're approaching a situation much like our, Twitter had with.
I'm just going to interrupt you there. Is there something within your organization that was led to you just getting notice last Tuesday of a Tuesday hearing, or are you ascribing that to some other cause?
Oh, it was definitely another cause. It had nothing to do with our organization. As Mr. Hillier noted, the Behavioral Health Commission has been in existence for quite some time. The person that retired left so, and to my knowledge, there was no staff for the Behavioral Health Commission from May up until February 2021.
Okay, thank you.
Apparently, they had been searching for someone, and that's it.
Okay, got it. Well, now that you know that this is happening, hopefully there won't be any notification issues. And so, if and when we have further proceedings on this, it would be very helpful to us to get something in writing ahead of time, in addition to any kind of verbal testimony, so we can test the claims and figure out what's going on here, so we can do what we need to do in terms of looking at sunshine issues. Thank you. And I think back to our members, it sounds like somebody may have been ready to go with the motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we have jurisdiction, but I'm not sure if we, because I think that there needs to be more evidence on both sides. Do we necessarily need to attach it to something?
I'm sorry, could you?
Like, do I need to
attach
it to, like, they violated this particular code? I just want to say that there's jurisdiction.
I don't think
Okay.
we need to do anything like that.
Okay, then I will make a motion that the task force has jurisdiction and should be moved to the full task force.
Can I make a request?
I'm sorry. Very quickly, I'll allow it.
Is there a possibility that these can be consolidated? Because if you look closely, they're all overlapping and seem to be the same complaint.
Well, I don't know if we would want to consolidate. I think we might consider doing that. I think that generally is something that's up to primarily the petitioner. However, I believe that we try to hear cases involving the same parties at the same hearings for the efficiency of everyone. And so I'm sure that at least that should happen with this case and any other cases involving these same parties.
Would it make sense, this is Member Stein, would it make sense to ask the petitioner if they have any objection to having those cases heard together by the full task force?
And that's fine, and we should ask, although I don't know if we'll ask about consolidation, and it sounds like there's 4 cases.
Oh.
And I don't know if we can hear more than 2 at a time if they're not consolidated in some way.
I meant this case and the one that the EOTC heard, which Mr. Young had suggested consolidating. I just wondered if the petitioner would be amenable to that, those 2 cases.
Okay, yeah. That question, Mr. Hilliard, do you have any kind of response on that?
Yeah, I don't think those are the right two cases to consolidate. I think consolidating 21021 and 21036 would make sense because 21021 covers the period from September 2020 through February of 2021, and 20036 covers, I think, October through December of 2020. So they overlap. The one that was heard last week, 20100, dealt with only one meeting, which was July 15th, and doesn't overlap at all with the complaint that's before you today.
Okay, that sounds...
Again, 21021, and which one would you put together?
21036.
21036. Just so that we know that people are okay with that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I think administratively we should see if we can have those two at least move forward together, just for efficiency purposes. Okay, so let's see, there was a motion. I guess we need to figure out if we want to second that motion.
So we are having a motion for jurisdiction and to forward to the task force. We don't have records, so we can't say that there are public records.
Well, we have, yeah, I know. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that these are not records that are evidence of what's happened. This seems to be testimony, written testimony, from what I've seen.
I believe we have some agenda items, which are records.
All right.
Yeah, and I don't want to speak for Member Forsley's motion, but certainly these are the type of meetings that are covered by the Brown Act and Sunshine. And so these are public meetings as opposed to public records, public documents. And so I think her motion for jurisdiction, that seems clear. Maybe she'd want to note that, yes, we find that there are public meetings involved here.
I'm fine with that. It's just that just generally all of this is public information, so that's what I'm loosely covering. So whatever that needs to loosely cover.
Jurisdiction and public information. Okay,
yes.
So that's the motion. Yeah.
And then to forward to the task force?
Yes.
Yeah. I'll second. This is Chair Schmidt.
Okay. We take public comment now, right?
Yeah, let's do that.
Do we have public commenters? This is public comment on the motion to find jurisdiction that these are public meetings and to forward to the task force. Do we have public commenters on the motion?
Yes, anonymous number 2, please. I don't know if anybody can hear me.
No, we can hear you.
Okay.
Are you ready, sir? Are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I actually listened to the similar complaint brought, I think it was a week ago, at the other committee. And from what I remember, the committee members at least were pretty convinced that these violations had at least occurred in the past. And while I understand what the co-chair had of this commission said to this committee, that they're not lawyers and they didn't come here to implement the Brown Act or the Sunshine Ordinance, they're choosing to be a public official. And our Constitution, state law, and local law guarantees a very high level of public participation in public meetings. And I would hope that the easiest way to avoid complaints is to get that appropriate training. Talk to the deputy city attorneys assigned to your commission. Hopefully there are some. And the other thing that was discussed at the last time this kind of complaint was brought up is that the executive director, the acting executive director, isn't actually legally responsible for what a commission does. It's the commission as a body that's responsible. And so staff is not the fall guy for what happens in a commission. It's the public officials that make up the commission as a whole entity. And if they don't know, and if they're not aware of the intricacies of the Brown Act and the Sunshine Ordinance's portion about public meetings, they should really speak to their deputy city attorneys and go line by line. And I very much agree with what Member Forsley said, that next time, I hope they actually have, they deny, or admit each of these allegations instead of making a more emotional argument about what actually happened here, so there can be some accountability and the task force can make an accurate determination. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else for public comment on this matter?
Yes, I want a public comment.
Cheryl?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
You hear anonymous number 2?
Yes.
Okay, let me know when to start.
All right, hang on.
Yeah, 1 second, when Cheryl's ready.
Are you ready, sir? Somebody's got a phone ringing. Could you mute it?
Not me. Hello?
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, good. It's gone. All right, ready, sir?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Actually, okay, this is very short. What is EOTC? I don't know what that is. And how does it relate to this process and this body, what you're doing? That's all.
EOTC is the Education Outreach and Training Committee, and they met last Tuesday, a week ago today.
Okay, they're a committee of the task force.
Yes, they are.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Public comment. Anyone else for public comment on this motion? Okay, that doesn't sound like there's anyone else. So I think we're ready for a vote.
Hello.
Maybe we do have some.
Hello, I've been muted. I'd like to make public comment, please.
Oh, okay. Yes. We'll do that. We didn't hear you, but now we're connected.
I somehow got muted while I thought I had my hand up all along and got muted somehow.
Yeah, I thought maybe it's going to happen every so often with the system as it is. But at least we got you here. And so when Cheryl's ready, we'll hear your public comment. Cheryl.
Mr. Warfield, are you ready?
Yes, tell me when to start, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. We're not a party to this, and we're not particularly familiar with this, but certainly would endorse, number one, the motion, and number two, particularly would endorse what Anonymous said. It's also, I think, a little bit troubling that we didn't get much more than pretty much argument ad hominem against the complainant. And I think that's also it's an issue, I think, with the task force where the respondents get to basically make a whole lot of accusations. It's his profession and he's doing this and he ran against me. Is that a crime that he ran against somebody? Is it a crime if somebody is making complaints, especially if they are valid? And besides, the complainant is not on trial here. I heard at least what sounded like some admissions, actually, of wrongdoing, including that they got permission from somewhere that they could proceed with a meeting without a quorum. So I would certainly endorse what Anonymous said, and I would actually ask in general that the committees and the task force, you have a decorum clause at the beginning of the meetings. I think sadly that we do sometimes have respondents who are out of line with respect to personal attacks on complainants. So I do think it's clear that there is jurisdiction, and even from what was said already that there are some violations, at least potentially. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else for public comment on this? Am I hearing someone queuing up for public comment, or is that something else I'm hearing? No further public comment then. And so let's go ahead and have a vote.
Member Forsley?
Aye.
Member Forsley, aye. Chair Schmidt?
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. The motion to find jurisdiction that the meetings are public and forward to the task force has passed.
Okay, let's go ahead. Next number.
Item number 5, file number 21002, complaint filed by Anonymous against Gwyneth Borden and the Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner.
All right. Do we have anyone here for for Anonymous, the petitioner, in this Anonymous?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. And anyone on behalf of the respondents? Gwyneth Borden, the MTA. Anyone here? Nobody here, it sounds like. Well, I'll ask again in a moment. Let's go ahead and let's hear, unless the members think something else. Let's go ahead and hear from the complainant on this. 3 minutes presentation. When you're ready, Cheryl.
Okay. I'm ready. Anonymous, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, on November 20th, 2020, I made an immediate disclosure request of Ms. Gwyneth Borden, Chair of the Board of Directors of the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency. I think you have the document in your packet. The short version of the story is that when I didn't get the documents I requested, I filed a complaint December 8th, 2020 with the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. I don't believe anything has happened since then. I have not received the document packet. Mind you, this was filed so many months ago, and I think we have a problem, and I think we really need to change some procedures at the task force regarding mailing. I mean, I think you aren't allowing enough time for me to get documents. Something very similar happened last month with another unrelated complaint I filed, where the document arrived after the hearing. So because you're not allowing the mail enough time to get to me. So anyway, so I'd like a continuance of this item because I don't have the document packet. I don't know how you can. I don't think you can legally go ahead with this matter, even to send it to the task force, unless we've all gotten the document packet. So what else can I tell you? I urge you issue a continuance to hear it probably next month when I would have had chance to get and review the document packet. I did make a request to the administrator on the phone and leaving a message on her voicemail last Friday, I believe it was, to this effect, that you grant this item a continuance to be heard at the next meeting.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to speak on this case? On either party's behalf? No. Okay. Well, it sounds like we do have a request to continue this. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Cheryl, please go ahead.
Chair Schmidt, I just want to let you know that a notice for this committee meeting went out about 2 weeks ago. And on Friday, when I uploaded the agenda, I also made a copy of the packet. I made a copy of the packet and mailed it to Anonymous. Anonymous does not have email and doesn't have access, I believe, to getting documents faxed to him. I had no other choice. I did the best I could with what I had. I have spoken with Chair Wolf about this specific matter, and he suggests that the complaint committee, that the complaint procedures be revised to make a decision on what we do with people who don't have email access and need to get their packets.
Okay. Well, it does sound like the procedure may not be quite right. Although I guess we have two questions. One we can't really handle right now, which is do we change procedure? And then the other is what to do with this. I mean, I could see myself, I'd be happy with the continuance, although I wonder if even we shouldn't, if we think that the essentials are here anyway, maybe it's just ready to go to the task force itself. Members, any thoughts on that?
This is Member Stein. So, based on my reading of the packet, it looked like they did, I wanted to ask the petitioner about this, but the respondent says that they sent a response on December 14th. That is still a little bit late for an IDR. So I think there's still, it seems that they responded late to the IDR and they don't give any reason for or justification for doing that. So I had it in my notes that I thought it was all right to send to the full task force. But I would like to ask the petitioner, because the petitioner seems to say that they don't have anything from this, from the MTA. So I'm wondering if the petitioner can just speak to whether they received any response or a response sometime after December 14th from the MTA, because some of that material is in the packet.
Yeah, thank you, Member Stein. I'm sorry if I appeared, I was skipping the question session.
Oh, okay.
That's my mistake. But yeah, so that's a question to the petitioner, and any questions we have for the petitioner, let's go ahead with those. Mr. Anonymous. Mr. Yes. Anonymous, number 1, I believe, today.
Right. I'll correct slightly what I said before. I did receive a 1 or 2 page response that was not complete and was within a few days of when I filed my complaint. But I want to emphasize, I have to make a correction to something the administrator said, which is that I did receive a copy of the agenda for this item, but not the document packet. So, and that I have to correct the administrator about that. So I have not received the document packet. I did receive a copy of the agenda, okay, which is a huge difference. So I received a brief, as far as a response from the MTA, I received a 1 or 2 page document that that was not responsive to my request for. I mean, I could read it to you. I don't know if there's any point in reading it. So I requested a copy of all communications regulations, rules, laws, and regulations governing processing and applications for the SFMTA Essential Trip Card Program, okay, for the period November 1, 2019 up to and including November 29, 2020. That was my immediate disclosure request. By no stretch of the imagination was that request honored. What they sent me was a 2-page document that showed the penalties for people violating privacy rules, unspecified privacy rules. So once again, this has been going on. The complaint was filed about 6 months ago, and I have not. So I have not gotten anything other than the 1 or 2 page notice of the that describes the penalties for people violating the privacy of this program, but nothing remotely like what I requested. So I don't know if that answers. But again, the document packet has not arrived. I think you should add a week to the period that you allow for mailed document packets to be received by complainants instead of anyway. So I don't think that was the case now. I mean, so if you allowed, so you should allow me 2 weeks to get the document packet, and that clearly has not happened. I hope I'm not. I hope this is making sense and to you.
Well, this is Member Forsley. I was gonna say that I think the MTA did acknowledge that the reason they didn't honor the IDR was because they said something about it was faxed, but they didn't receive the fax, and so when they did somehow receive whatever correspondence, that they responded to him on the December 14th date. But I am looking at what they responded with, and excuse me, it is 2 pages that doesn't seem to address anything that was requested, and I think that for them to insinuate that there were no communications at all regarding the process for applications, I mean, that just doesn't seem logical. So I would suggest that I would see a reason to give more time for this, but I don't see a reason to bring it back to this particular committee to look at again. I mean, because I would say that it should just go on to the full task force, because obviously we have jurisdiction and that's all we're discussing here. But obviously I think that we should make the caveat there needs to be more time for this type of mailing situation.
Yeah. Yes. And this is Chair Schmidt. I think that in terms of the time for mailing, there may be an issue here that needs to be addressed, whether it's within the task force itself or somehow within this committee. And that's something that I am going to need to look at myself. Although it sounds like Chair Wolf has an idea about that. In terms of this complaint, I agree with you, Member Forsley, and I guess my question would be to the claimant is I mean, I think we're leaning toward moving this thing forward and getting you to a resolution at the task force. I'm not quite sure if you really, is there something that you feel there would be a benefit for you in terms of, keeping this thing at this level and continuing it? I don't see a benefit, but do you?
Well, because this happened, this is the second time this happened. Remember, I told you this. The same thing happened last month. In fact, I have another item on today's agenda that is continuing from last month just because of the mailing problem.
Okay.
Remember, so what benefit would I have? So I'm very concerned with procedure here, and as I complained in the public comments part of this meeting, I have serious reservations that the efficiency of the administrator's office is nothing like it used to be, and I really don't want to be putting it at the foot of the COVID-19 matter. I don't think that's what's going on. So I really want to I really want to dig in my heels on the issue of process here, and I think I've got a right to get these documents in a timely manner, so we don't have to go the extra step of a continuance. But I'm really this is the second time, and I think it's going to continue to happen unless and until we tell the administrator that she has to give more time to people who don't. This is a digital divide issue, frankly, where you're obviously giving tremendous preference to people who have internet and email. And that isn't what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to give everybody equal access, equal process, and I'm not getting equal process. So on the principle, which is critical to your raison d'etre, I mean, to why we have a task force, I would say I want you to go ahead and follow process. Last time we had a very good discussion over a complainant who didn't show up at a meeting, and I think you made a correct decision based on process. And I really want to be, without process, we don't have law, frankly. So I want you to give me a continuance on that basis alone, that we send a clear message to the administrator that everybody has to got equal. And I told you the other part of my public comment had to do with the phone thing. It's really a scandal that we can't talk to the administrator without giving out our phone number, without giving personal information. She used to answer the phone most of last year. So this is a critical issue, a process, and I really wish you would follow the guidance we had from the chair, Wolf, last time when it came to following process. Your rules are what hold this process together, and I want you to enforce them.
Thank you. Members, I'm open. He wants a continuance.
This is member Forsley. Sorry. We keep talking about process, and as of now, we don't, not that I know, and talk to Chair Wolf, we don't do continuances on the spot. So that would be going against kind of this process issue that we're discussing right now. So I think until we address that, then we shouldn't be violating another process issue because we have a bad process or a questionable process. So I think that we need to recommend this to the full task force. And if there needs to be more time given, where it's not going to be recommended for the July meeting, or it's not going to be recommended for even the August meeting, I think that that's something that can be worked out between the administrator and the complainant. But I don't think that we need to upend process now because of an issue with process.
Can you hear me? This is Member Stein.
Yes.
I wondered if I could ask, from the administrator's perspective, like, what is it, like, how far in advance are the packets normally mailed, and what are the reasons for that timing? Like, I wonder, are we waiting to make sure we get everything in from people by a certain date, and then we're mailing out? And are there any suggested alternatives to mailing a packet? Like, could somebody be given the choice of coming in to pick up their packet now that we're meant to be, back in our offices and things?
Well, we are not back in our offices at City Hall. And City Hall has been closed to the public for a little over a year. So people can't just wander in and ask for copies.
May I chime in quickly? I'm just going to talk to it in an overall perspective. In terms of getting paper copies and walking in, we would have to charge a per page cost if somebody wanted to pick up paper copies. Our standard is to post everything online due to the size and just provide links to it. In terms of mail, we do mail it. We provide notice of hearing 10 days before the meeting at a minimum. And in terms of documentation, they should have submitted all the documentations before we even send out the notice of hearings.
So how far in advance is that of the, meeting? Like when are the documents all required? How far in advance of a meeting are the documents required to be turned in?
Give people the opportunity to submit documents throughout the process. They can submit up till 5 days before the meeting, and we would include it in the packet. So when we send out the initial notice of hearing or the notice of complaint, that is when the department should be submitting their response. They should not be waiting until we schedule it before submitting their response. But that has become an issue. That is a different issue. So we should have everything as it comes in, and we should be providing copies as they come in. And the respondent should be providing copies of the responses directly to the complainant. But we can't guarantee that, and we double check that. But when we schedule it, we schedule about 2 weeks prior to the meeting, and then that is when a lot of people start submitting documents when they should have submitted it way before then. But we give them until 5 days before the meeting to submit additional documents, and there's no way we can give somebody documents that we receive 5 days before a meeting through the mail.
I usually give people the agenda is uploaded Friday before the hearing. I ask people when they get a notice of appearance to submit documents by 5 p.m. Thursday before the Friday. And I get them. And sometimes I get them after 5 o'clock. And then on Friday, after I have on Thursday prepared all my files to be uploaded, if there's anything that came in later, I automatically insert it into the record. Then I upload my documents and I send out the link to everyone. And that's when I prepare, if there's mailing to be done, I prepare the documents and I put them in an envelope and I bring them to the post office to be mailed. Because,
so it's 5 days before the...
Right.
And then do we have any sense of how long it takes mail to move around San Francisco these days?
Let me speak to that one. It changes for various people. It could be the very next day if we get into the main, or it could be a day or two. But we cannot be held responsible for any delays in the mailroom or the U.S. Post Office. All we can do is put in the mail, and we allocate approximately. This is my personal allocation that if I mail it to somebody within the city, I assume it's going to get to them in 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because it seems like we've had a couple of different complainants who had to have documents mailed to them that let us know that they received their documents after their hearings. It's not just one person, right? And we would have to change our process. I mean, we would have to change our deadlines, literally, to ensure that we could mail things earlier. Correct?
It's a balancing act that the Rules Committee should look at, because if we cut the deadline too short, we're not giving them enough time to do their research. If we cut it too far in advance, it's a balancing act on where do you want to make that cutoff.
So, Victor, you think this is something that would go to the Rules Committee of the task force?
Yes, to consider our procedures.
Okay. And Cheryl, did you say that you talked to Chair Wolf and he said that it should be some kind of change to the complaint procedures made by us?
Not by the committee. I only spoke to Chair Wolf about this particular issue with this particular petitioner.
Yeah.
And he said he's not going to get his records. I said, I don't know what to tell you, Bruce. I mean, I follow the rules. I'm not
Right.
trying to make trouble. I am just
Oh, no.
doing what it is I have to do to make sure that they get their records. I mean,
Did he say what we
he
could do
almost-
here to change rules?
Chair Smith, this is just a bigger question. I think this is more of a administrative solution and not maybe a complaint procedure solution, because we don't get a lot of mail only people. We get maybe 3 or 4 a year, and if we note that, we can make adjustments, and it'll just be something on the administrator to just have to make adjustments, give longer notices, and work with the departments to get all their submissions earlier.
Okay.
Instead of changing the entire procedures to try to cover all contingencies for this type of situation, we should just, as the administrators, note it and try to give accommodate it. And we can devise our own procedures among the administrators or develop a practice for ourselves to deal with mail-only people. And eventually we could possibly put that into the procedures, but we should probably develop something for that and see how it works and try it out.
Yeah, see, I would advocate for something like that, because I know you said it's only 3 or 4 a year, but I've only been on the task force for a few months, and I've definitely already seen 3 people who were only getting their things through snail mail, and who had issues with getting things on time. And I'm not saying it has anything to do with the administrator being tardy or anything like that. It clearly seems to be just part of our process of, we're waiting to get things in before we mail things out. But I think we do have to take extra care in dealing with people who don't have access to the internet and still need to have their documents in time to have a fair hearing.
We would have to impose on the respondents to respond a lot earlier, and we would have to make adjustments for that. And we would need to get the respondents' responses earlier so that we can send them out prior. Maybe we should say we have to get all the documents before we even consider scheduling it.
I mean, this is Member Forsley. I think something like that would be good, because I feel like once the scheduling happens, there's pretty much no going back. So, and you can't confirm if this person got their stuff via mail, and you're just hoping that they did. But I just don't. I think that it would be good, just moving forward, if we did have just like a month buffer for anyone that was doing any type of mail. But for this particular situation, just to bring it back to this, I don't think we should change any rules currently for what we have before us right now. So I'm gonna just go ahead and make the motion that this get sent. We have jurisdiction, and it gets sent to the full task force. And I guess I could add the caveat that the administrators attempt to get in touch with this person a month before the actual scheduling of when they're supposed to appear.
So what is your motion, Kai?
It is to put it forward to the full task force, but then leave ample time to correspond with this person.
Or maybe, yeah. I mean, just going forward at some point, I'm not changing your motion, but going forward at some point, saying that we want to hear a confirmation that they received their packet before we schedule it or something. Somewhere down the line, we should look at that.
All right. So your motion, Kai, is to move to the task force and suggest that the administrator provide, which we already do, like a 3-week notice of hearings. So what are you asking for? 1 week to mail petitioners' records?
This is Member Forsley, and actually I don't know how long it takes for the person to get the information. So like Victor said, that should be something internal to what you guys are deciding.
All right, forward to the task force. That's it. Who seconds?
I'll second it, Member Stein.
Okay. So we have public comment, Chair Schmidt?
Yes, please. Public
Yeah.
comment.
You ready, Mr. Warfield?
Just let me know when to start.
Go ahead.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com. Also, P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. This lengthy conversation, first of all, I want to thank Member Stein on this item and previously, taking into consideration the complainant and what the complainant thinks or wants. So first of all, I would say that a big benefit for the complainant and for the process is not just an abstract sticking to process, which I also agree with the complainant is absolutely essential for you to have a good process that works in all cases. But the complainant is now going to have less time to see what the packet looks like. These packets are lengthy. They have all kinds of stuff that's related or not related. A person, even who's familiar with the case, has to go through to figure out, well, where's my complaint? Where's the respondent's response? What's the, is there any relevant correspondence? Was there anything submitted near or at the deadline? So now you're leaving it completely up to chance or whatever happened between the administrator and the complainant for him to get material he needs to make a reasonable case at the full task force. And I think it's reasonable for this body to say, well, at least we want to be sure, especially if the complainant wants it, that all the materials that the complainant is due has been properly received, so that he now has whatever it is between now and the next meeting, a month or a couple of weeks, whatever. That's what I think is a real substantive reason why the complainant should very clearly have received the materials in a proper way. And this complainant is saying that he hasn't gotten the agenda packet. Now let me say about procedures. I think the larger picture here is that there's a lot of complaining about mail people, snail mail people. That's how business was conducted for hundreds of years before email, including in the lifetime of this body when it started in '93 and so on and so forth.
30 seconds.
The deadlines are ridiculously still, even with email, I think, too short. And you need to have a procedure that makes sense for everybody and that gives everybody, including yourselves, a fair shot at being able to review the material. And remember, your existing rule only gives a deadline of 5 days before the published date for stuff to come in. And even with mail going fast, it's going to get there Monday.
Okay. Thank
I think
you.
if he wants it, you should give it to him.
I need to, thank you. Next public comment, if anyone. Cheryl, is there anyone else? Do you know?
I'm not hearing anything.
I hear a sound, but I don't know what it is. Maybe there's someone trying to connect. Is there anyone else here for public comment on this item?
Hello?
Yeah, I hear you now. I hear you now. Do you want to make public comment?
Yes, this is anonymous number 2 trying to make public comment.
Okay.
Your *6s and stuff are not working right now.
Okay. So there's a problem with the system, it sounds like. What you said it's not working right. Do you think there's a problem with the system itself, or was it just a one-time glitch?
Hello, can you hear me? This is anonymous.
Yeah. Talk to me.
Okay.
Just
okay. No,
about the system.
I pressed *6. Yes, I pressed *6 multiple times, and the toggle isn't saying anything either way, so it's not clear what's going on. So.
Okay. So everyone heard that we may have a problem with star 6 called in right now. We do have you now, so we will hear your public comment, Anonymous 2. But I think we need to keep an eye on that for at least as the hearing goes on. I don't know if it's a system problem or not, but go ahead, Anonymous 2. When Cheryl's ready.
Yes, sure. Thank you.
Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I wanted to note that I don't know if it happened in this week's meeting, since I don't have any cases here, but I do know that the notice for appearance says that those materials should be submitted no later than 5 business days, which is for normal weeks, 1 full week, which should be enough to get a mailing usually. But in reality, that's not how it's actually being implemented, or at least during COVID it hasn't. If you look at those notices, at least for the meetings I get, it says 5 business days, I think, but it actually gives 5 days, which gives you 3 business days minus 1 day for Cheryl to actually do the work, at least, right, to putting together the agenda packets. So I believe at the end of the day, you only have 2 business days, if that, to get a mailing, even if everything is working correctly. And so it's possible that your procedure would give enough if the procedure was followed. But at the moment, at least when I get notices, I get them, I'm told that I have 5 business days before the meeting to give them, but it actually turns out to be 5 calendar days, which is 3 business days and thus 2 days for the actual mailing. So it may not be that your procedure needs to be corrected. It may just need to be that you need to go back to following that procedure, which gives 1 full week instead of 5 days. Thank you.
Okay, actually, there is a point in there that is possibly important. There's a huge difference when you're dealing with mail issues. If there's some confusion about calendar days versus business days, because 5 business days might change, and it may be that the current rules are actually in as written. They may be the way to solve this little riddle that we have here. Anyone else for public comment? Not sure. Do we have any? Do we have someone else for public comment? It doesn't sound like there's anyone there. Okay, so with that in mind, I guess we should have a vote.
Member Forsley?
Aye.
Member Forsley, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Chair Schmidt?
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. The motion to send to the full task force passes.
Okay. And I would just I would say that we should all be looking at that issue, because we can't be creating a situation where the timing on the mail is effectively preventing people from bringing their cases in here. And if there is some solution within the rules that we already have, that might be the solution, or else maybe something's got to change. I don't know. Yes, Cheryl, it sounds like you had something to say.
I do, and that is that, we can request 5 business days. On the other hand, that might mean an extra day for me to go into City Hall, so I'd be there 3 days instead of 2, and they wouldn't be consecutive days. So that's something else to consider. I don't mind going in, but we're not supposed to be there unless we absolutely have to, and we have a health clearance. We have to fill out a form.
I see. So under COVID, you actually would not be actually showing up there on that day when that mail would come in, and that's one of the reasons why the sort of the turnaround is as it's been. I see. That explains a lot right there. Okay. Well, okay. Let's see what we can do with what we just discussed in terms of trying to work this out so we don't have this problem. I think we might as well go on to the next item unless members have any other comments on that. And I think because we may end up taking a break after this item. So Cheryl, go ahead and you can call it.
Item number 6, file number 20056, complaint filed by Anonymous against City Librarian Michael Lambert for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721B1 by failing to respond to a records request in a complete and timely manner.
Okay, let's see. And I believe the Anonymous is present, correct?
Yes, Anonymous is present.
Okay, great. Is anyone here on behalf of the city librarian? Anybody? Is anyone here for the respondent, city librarian, library? Anyone associated with the library? No. Okay. Unless any members.
Hi, this is Margot Schaub with the San Francisco Public Library.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Thank you. It took a minute for me to hear you there, but now I know you're there. This is Chair Schmidt. Okay, so we have speakers for each side. Members, I think I'll just go ahead and launch into, unless someone opposes, wants to do it differently. Let's go ahead and hear from the parties each, and I'll give them 3 minutes each. And Cheryl, when you're ready, let's hear from Anonymous number 1 today first.
Are you ready, sir?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. On February 13, 2020, I filed an immediate disclosure request with Michael Lambert, City Librarian, San Francisco Public Library. In accordance with the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, please send me to the above address a copy of all contracts and communications between the San Francisco Library Commission and ACE Mailing Corporation in effect between November 14, 2019 up to and including February 13, 2020. For purposes of efficient delivery of these documents, you may wish to copy said documents to a CD and mail that CD to, and I give the address. Okay. So the next day, Sue Blackman, then Library Commission Secretary, sent a response, which I believe you have in your packet. I'm not sure I should use my precious time here to read these documents, but she said, second paragraph, the library has no responsive documents to this request at the Library Commission, as the Library Commission does not enter into contracts or have any communication with ACE Mailing. It would be helpful if we had contact information for you so that we could clarify this request. Now, the San Francisco Public Library has had a contract with this private corporation since at least 2014, and I believe there is a memo in the packet that reaffirms that written by Mr. Lambert that says they intend to keep the contract in effect until 2022. Anyway, so there's no doubt. I mean, since the purpose of this hearing is to decide jurisdiction, I don't think there's any doubt that the San Francisco Public Library is a government funded operation, and the company that it does business with is a private corporation, ACE Mailing. They have, without any interruption, been sending these mailings to people like myself, who only get mailings of notices in the U.S. mail. So I don't know what else I can tell you, except I have no doubt that it's this is a proper matter to bring before the task force. These documents are real documents. I actually have, I think in the packet you'll find a previous contract with the same corporation that was co-signed by Luis Herrera, the previous city librarian. So I think they're trying to split hairs and back out of a very legitimate public records request, because there is a continuing set of documents that are contracts between the library and
Ms. F, sir.
Ace Mailing.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else speaking on behalf of the petitioner here today? Okay, respondent, when Cheryl's ready, let's go ahead and hear from you. Ms. Schaub.
Yeah, I'm ready. Thank you.
Go ahead.
This is Margot Schaub, Library Commission Affairs Analyst. I'm looking at the document. We responded to Anonymous on February 14th, 2020, so we did respond to the request. And also what you'll see in your packet is from Michael Lambert that we had an accurate response because the library has no responsive information to the request, as the Library Commission is not involved in our contract, and this request was made for documents between the San Francisco Library Commission and Ace Mailing Corporation. Thus, there are no communications. And we also satisfied this request for this information when he accurately requested the information from the library staff. So we did provide documents when he asked for the information between Ace Mailing and the library, but the Library Commission doesn't have jurisdiction with this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And anyone else on behalf of the respondent here? There not being so, members, what do you think? Yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask a couple questions of the respondent?
Yeah, please.
So one question for the respondent is, what is the relationship between the Library Commission and SFPL?
This is Margot. The Library Commission is the commission for the San Francisco Public Library. However, they are not, the library has no responsive information to the request, as the Library Commission is not involved in our contracts. So the Library Commission doesn't have any communication with Ace Mailing. Ace Mailing has communication with the San Francisco Public Library.
So the Library Commission wouldn't, for instance, approve a contract that was entered into by the SFPL?
Again, when this request came in, I was not here. It was Sue Blackman who responded. And if you look at your packet, it'll show you the responses that the Library Commission is not involved in our contracts.
Okay, so
and that there are no communications.
That's what I'm trying to understand, what the relationship is here, because I think the average person would think that the Library Commission would know about and maybe even approve contracts that were undertaken by SFPL, but maybe that's not the case.
The request was a copy of all contracts and communications between the San Francisco Library Commission and Ace Mailing. There was no communication between the San Francisco Library Commission and Ace Mailing Corporation.
Okay,
and then, sense.
Yeah, and did you advise the petitioner on where to look for those documents?
So the petitioner received the documents, number of documents regarding the relationship between the San Francisco Public Library and Ace Mailing.
No, I understand that, but when the petitioner approached the Library Commission to ask for the documents and was told that there weren't any, did anybody from the Library Commission advise the petitioner on where they could find those documents?
I think that was a separate request, but if I can, point to the February 14th, 2020 letter, which we said the library has no responsive documents to this request. it would be helpful, and then they will ask for contact information. And if I look at another letter, I'm writing response to your immediate disclosure request. Let's see. Okay, a copy, so this is a letter dated November 14th, a copy of all contacts between the San Francisco Library Commission and the ACE Mailing Corporation, as well as all copies of all communications sent and or received between ACE Mailing Corporation and any and all staff employees of the San Francisco Library and San Francisco Library Commission, dated between January 1, 2014, and including up to November 13th, 2019. And the answer, again, what we said in that letter is we will respond to this public records request by November 22nd, and then we provided a number of documents to the requester.
Okay, maybe I can also ask this of the petitioner. Did anyone from the Library Commission advise you on where to ask for the documents?
No. You're asking me that? No.
Yeah.
Okay. The bottom line is they never sent the documents that I requested between November 14, 2019 and February 13, 2020. That's the date range I gave them in the immediate disclosure request, which you'll find in P651 of your packet. So they never responded. They never sent me the documents that I requested, nor told me where to get them.
And so today you still don't have those documents?
No, I don't have those documents.
This is Member Forsley. What I'm looking at is that ACE Mailing itself as a corporation would not have any contact with the Library Commission, but San Francisco Public Library and the Library Commission would have communications with each other about the ACE Corporation mailings. And San Francisco Public Library itself and ACE Mailing would have correspondences. So I guess the question for the petitioner is, why didn't you identify, or why didn't you, for this particular date request, the November 14, 2019 and the February 13, 2020 date, ask for communications between the San Francisco Public Library and ACE Mailing Corporation?
They never told me I would get the documents that way.
Well, I think that would be the case, because I think that, I don't know if you have to start a new complaint over regarding this, but the commission itself does not talk to contractors. So the commission itself would have no, correspondence. And even if there was a contract in place, it would be the public library providing the contract to the Library Commission. It wouldn't be ACE Mailing presenting the contract to the Library Commission. So I think for this situation, what you would need to do is ask for communications between the San Francisco Public Library and ACE Mailing Corporation, which when I look at the other documents, at some point you did do that, because I see for the previous request, you did get that information.
Okay, all right, so I made the immediate disclosure request to Michael Lambert, who knows where the documents are, and he should have sent them instead of putting us through this rigmarole. So, I mean, he knows where the documents are. It's unnecessary, frankly, for me to do anything beyond complaining to you because they're not following the law. I mean, actually, no. You sent it to Michael Lambert, but in the context of the email, or context of what I'm looking at, you asked for communications between the commission and ACE Mailing. Now, potentially, he could have said, well, they don't have that because they don't communicate, but you can, ask for communications between the public library and ACE Mailing, which I'm confused, because I feel like if they provided that for the previous set of dates, then maybe you forgot that you were supposed to request for the library, between the library and ACE Mailing, as opposed to the commission and ACE Mailing. The law requires anyone who knows where a document is to tell the complainant where to get the document. They did not do that. By the way, we are kind of splitting hairs here. This is definitely a matter of proper jurisdiction for the task force, and that's, I mean, I'm getting upset here, but I have no doubt that this is a proper jurisdictional matter before your body to pass along to the full task force. So,
well, I don't think that we're splitting hairs. What I'm trying to do is come to a resolution so you actually get the information you're requesting and not just attempting to necessarily prove a point that they're not giving you the information. So if you would like to reframe this request to ask for the documents from the public library and ACE mailing, then if they denied those, that would be much more clear cut than attempting to state that the library, he should have known to direct you to someplace else. That's not what I'm talking about.
Well, okay, we're getting a little heated, I think, here. Remember, this immediate disclosure was made in February. So, and this is June. So we got 4 months that have elapsed. All right, I don't think you're hearing my complaint fairly, and I'm getting upset here. So I don't know what to say. I think the law is on my side, and Mr. Lambert is not following the law. It's not up to me to find out where the documents are. If he had, look, if you look on page P751, we have the last page of a similar contract from 2014, also between ACE Mailing and actually it's between ACE Mailing and the city and county of San Francisco. It's signed by Luis Herrera, who occupied the position that Mr. Lambert now has, city librarian. Okay, so
well, actually, this is Member Forsey again. I'm not getting heated. I'm trying to get you a response.
No, I want the documents.
Yeah,
and
by response, I mean document.
Okay.
That's what I'm referring to. And what I'm saying is that if it was reframed to say the San Francisco Public Library, I believe you would get the response that you're looking for. And that's just to attempt to help you get the information you're looking for. Whether this is going to be moved on to the full task force, I'm not debating that. I'm attempting to get you the information you need to get the information you're requesting.
Well, I've had many problems getting documents from the library, and I respectfully disagree with your analysis, because if you look at the contract, which is in your packet from the previous period that Mr. Luis Herrera signed, you'll find that it's actually between the city and county of San Francisco and ACE Mailing Corporation. Okay, I came much closer to the documents than I would have if I actually literally read the contract as it's written. So I really think you're kind of throwing me off the track, which the law says if a person knows where a document is, it's up to them to tell the complainant where and how to get the documents. They did not do that, and you should pass this along to the full task force because they did not follow the law. It's not making a fine distinction here that obviously Mr. Lambert knows where the documents are because his predecessor signed just that exact same kind of contract. So, I've been waiting already for 4 months to do this. You want to have me wait 4 more months before coming before your body? I mean, I'm getting really upset here. I really don't think you're on my side. I think you're taking the library's position on this matter. Sorry to be confrontational about this, but I think your job is to first, last, and always honor the request of people seeking documents like me. Not to give me more work to do. They are paid to do that. You know how much Mr. Lambert gets paid to do his job? These people get hundreds of thousands of. I think he gets.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I get that. All I'm saying is, even if it was just a wording change, you would get the documents you're requesting. That's all I'm letting you know. That's not 3 or 4 months down the line. And though Mr. Herrera and Mr. Lambert held similar positions, I think that people should really stop assuming that people know what they're doing all the time and maliciously withholding things. And some people might not know procedure or where the documents are at whatever level they are. So I think just like the public asks us not to infer things about the petitioners, it's also the other way as well.
Well, I want you to tell me why you think Mr. Lambert had no obligation to tell me where the documents are and how to get them. Why is it my job? These are very, very well-paid public employees. I am a volunteer. I'm not getting a red cent out of this. So tell me, why do you think Mr. Lambert was doing his job by blowing me off? That's what happened. He blew me off, and if it was up to them, this thing would have completely died.
I don't think that's accurate. So again, just going back to what you've asked,
I'm sorry, Ms. Shaw. I'm sorry. I need to keep some order here.
Great.
I understand that I actually am. I'm sorry, but I think the answer from the petitioner was concluded, but let me stay with Ms. Forsley's line of questioning. Member Forsley, sorry.
Oh yeah, I'm done.
Okay. I'm gonna just ask a question or two of the petitioner. This is Chair Schmidt. Yeah, I'm trying to focus, I think, similarly to Member Forsley on the wording of the request itself. One is that the IDR asks for documents in a 3-month period, November 14 to February 13, 2019 to 2020. Can you tell me why you picked that 3-month period when you made this IDR?
Oh, that's very easy to answer.
Good.
Okay. Look at the date of my immediate disclosure request, February 13th, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's obviously the day before February 14th. I'm sorry, the day before. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. No. Okay, the span of time I was after was between November 14, 2019, and February 13, 2020.
Okay.
So my letter, my immediate disclosure request is dated the same day as the end point of my document request, right? February 13th, right? You got that?
Okay. And
that's
how about
your answer.
the November
half,
4th? Okay, go ahead.
That's easy, right? You can see that right away. That's very easy. Okay, the other date, the earlier date, November 14, was the end of the last immediate disclosure request I made for them to send me the previous period of time during which Ace Mailing was under contract from the city and county of San Francisco to send these mailings out. Is my answer clear?
Yeah, okay. So you're looking for subsequent communications,
right.
Subsequent contracts that took place in that 3-month period, correct?
Yes, but I'm going to add a very important point here.
No. Okay, go ahead, quickly.
No, it's crucial. Now, this, Michael Lambert, the city librarian, there's another important context and controversy involved here. Michael Lambert, the city librarian, unilaterally suspended these mailings for people who don't use email. Okay, so there's a controversy here, and I was actually instrumental in working with public agencies and groups, like you remember, maybe you never heard of the California Alliance for Retired Americans, to get these mailings resumed, which by a miracle I and other people succeeded in doing. So that's a context that I think you need to know about that. I don't know that it immediately makes a difference as far as the law goes, but I think I answered your question. That's the one. Yeah, I had the documents.
Yeah. Thank you for that context. That makes it a little more clear. When you made this February 13 request, and it's a very quick letter, it's only maybe 8 lines, and you said specifically that you wanted contracts between the Library Commission and Ace Mailing, and communications between the Library Commission and ACE mailing. Did you make any requests of Mr. Lambert for contracts and communications between the public library itself and ACE mailing for that same period of time?
Yeah, I find your question rather strangely worded, because you know who Mr. Lambert is. He's the Chief Administrative Officer of the San Francisco Public Library. There's nobody.
I understand that, but what you're talking about here in this sentence, in the letter that you request, is you talk about contracts where the commission would be a party. Isn't that what you were looking for, at least according to the terms?
No, and I have to add a little bit of editorial addition to what you're asking. My previous, and maybe I should have sent you this, my previous immediate disclosure request to this one, dated prior to November 14, 2019, was very nearly worded the same, but it wasn't exactly the same as the one that you're addressing today. In other words, there were a couple of words that were added. I made the mistake, I guess you could say that, of not identically IDRing Mr. Lambert, when for the previous request, he sent the contracts. He sent them, and there was no dispute. But for this one, there were a couple, and in the first, and maybe I should read you the previous immediate disclosure request that he fulfilled. But which I included, I worded it to include the commission. So I think there's really no, I'm having trouble with this focusing on I admit that I said library commission in the letter, but I'm having trouble with the fact that I think that the Sunshine Ordinance is very clear that I'm going to repeat what I said to the member of your body a moment ago. The law requires me to send a request to people who either have the documents or know where I can get the documents. After that point, it's not up for me to go track down the documents. I have no doubt that Mr. Lambert knows where to get his hands on this document. Did I tell you why I know that? That's because it's customary for the library, for the city librarian, to affix his name to the contract. And I have, and it's in your packet. Forgive me, I'm repeating what I said earlier. But so this contract has 3 signatures on it from February 24th, 2014. That's in P751 in your packet. It was signed, and it was signed by Luis Herrera, the city librarian. It was signed by Alicia Cabrera, the deputy city attorney, and it was signed by Josie Fong, director of the Office of Contract Administration and Purchaser. So
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's enough on that issue. Although I do want to also just ask a very similar question to the respondent, Ms. Schaub. In terms of the way this is worded, contracts and communications between the commission and ACE Mailing Corporation, would it be your position here today, Ms. Schaub, that there are no documents which would come within that description that actually exist?
The request was a copy of all contracts and communications between the San Francisco Library Commission and ACE Mailing Corporation in between the dates November 14th and February 13th, 2020.
Yeah.
There are no documents. So we responded the day after the request. So we did respond to the request, and we informed the requester that there were no responsive documents.
Within the terms of his letter.
And this is
request.
This is member Forsley again, and I just really have to get back to that, because I feel like even if there was reaching involved, and even if the city librarian said, well, I could let you know that there are documents between the city or the public library and this, how is that person supposed to know, the city librarian, that this person actually did not want the documents between the library commission and, you know, the ACE mailing? Like, I feel like this is a situation where somebody might want to know if there's documents between the commission and ACE mailing. And if there's no documents, there's no documents. I don't feel like that's splitting hairs. Those are two separate agencies. I mean, they're two separate entities. And feasibly, someone might want to know if there's contracts and communications between a commission and, you know, a contractor.
You know, this is Member Stein. I'll just say I feel like, you know, as someone who doesn't know the intricacies of how the city bureaucracies are laid out, I would expect there to be some kind of very close relationship between the public library and the library commission. And if I was strictly wanting someone to act in the spirit of the Sunshine Ordinance, I would want them to, you know, look at 67.21 C and then, or B, no, C, that says that a custodian of any public record, when not in possession of the record requested, shall assist a requester in directing a request to a proper office or staff person. I feel like it would be so easy for somebody from the Library Commission to say, oh, ACE contracting, no, we don't contract with them. They contract directly with the public library, and that's who you should go to. You know, and I guess, again, we can't really know what was somebody's intent or in their head, but it almost, you know, I can understand how just the average member of the public would think the Library Commission and the public library are practically one and the same thing, or closely enough related that if the library commissioner knows that there is a contract with a company and it's with SFPL and not with the commission, that you would just say that this is where you need to go. I don't know, so I see it from the perspective of the petitioner as well. But I don't think any of this, I mean, I think this is just, you know, I understand that, you know, you want the petitioner just to be able to get the documents. I think this could have gone very smoothly if the Library Commission had said, hey, we don't have them, go to SFPL or go to someone there and get them. But, you know, they didn't do it.
But I just also want to add, I know we got into the discussion, this is Member Forsley, we got into the discussion of all of this, which I feel like we might want to talk about offline, because I feel like this is, or not offline, but like how we conduct this particular meeting, because I feel like we do get into discussions of a lot of how we would vote in a regular meeting, and right here we're just doing jurisdiction, and obviously the Library Commission, we have jurisdiction over the Library Commission issue, whether I agree with the sentiments of what's going on, we do have jurisdiction.
Yeah, I mean, you're correct. We're kind of getting too far into the meat.
Yeah, we're getting too, so I will make a motion that this be passed on to the, unless anybody has any more questions, that this be passed on to the full task force.
I'll second it.
You're on mute, Chair Schmidt.
Sorry. Good. We got a motion. Time for public comment.
Hang on. And the records are public. You want to include that too?
Records.
I don't.
Public.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to add the records are public. I don't know how that needs to be worded, because I personally don't believe there's records involved, so I don't know if I want to add that, but
it asks for records that would be public. I don't know, maybe.
Because the functioning of the commission itself is public, so, or somebody else can make the motion if they want to change it.
How about it's a request for public records? Is that fair?
Okay, that sounds good.
So there is jurisdiction, and this involves a request for public records. So that's Member Forsley's motion, Cheryl. Does that sound right, Member Stein?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, we want public comment?
Yes.
Please.
Yes.
Who's first?
Peter Warfield.
Are you ready, sir?
Tell me when to start, please.
Go ahead.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association. You can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. We're not a party to this, but I do think that, first of all, I would agree with the motion. It's clearly within your jurisdiction, and the bulk of the discussion seems to have been beyond that, the motives or the timing of the request and whether or not the request was clear enough and directed to the right person and describing the right documents and so on and so forth. In response to Member Stein's, once again, excellent question. The correct answer, I think, to what is the relationship between the Library Commission and the Library Department is that it is the policy-setting body, at least officially so. It sets policy for the library. And as Member Stein said, it's quite easy, and it's routinely happening, that people don't make a distinction, the legalistic distinction. They're two separate official bodies, but in fact, people just often don't make the distinction. When Library Users Association filed a complaint last summer, which the main body of SOTF heard on June 2nd, we filed very clearly Library Users Association versus the Library Commission. We mentioned it was a Library Commission meeting that had happened. We said that we didn't get to make public comment at a Library Commission meeting. What did Administrator Cheryl Leger do? And perhaps this is excusing her, but that's fine. She sent it from Peter Warfield versus the library. She made exactly that mistake. So if you want to take the law very, very, very literally, you can do so, but I think that the concept, a meaningful request, how would somebody know where exactly, maybe contracts are signed by the, the chief financial officer of the library and not Michael Lambert. The fact is that addressing the request to Michael Lambert was certainly correct because he is the one who is in charge ultimately of library contracts. So he would know. And all of them would know because there had indeed been a very recent hot controversy over the library discontinuing mailed notices. And it came up at the commission. There were letters to the commission. There were people concerned with this, including the complainant. And so everybody who had anything to do with running the library would certainly know that this was a seeking of the contract between the printers, the mailers, and the library, or whoever it was.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else with public comment?
Anonymous number 2, please.
Okay, and we'll, when you're ready, Cheryl, 3 minutes.
Yep, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. I would agree with Mr. Warfield before me, but I would like to go in a little bit different perspective. It's absolutely the case that under Admin Code 6721C, a custodian of any public record, when not in possession of the record requested, shall assist a requester in directing a request to the proper office or staff person. Is it the case that Michael Lambert possesses any public record? Of course he does. He's the department head. And so when he's not in possession of the record requested, he or his employees believe him should have assisted the requester in directing the request to the proper office or staff person, which is the library department versus the library commission, which are defined as 2 different agencies in the city charter. But it is also the case that he is responsible because he is a department head. And the department heads are responsible for the implementation of the Sunshine Ordinance in their departments. And I would, though, agree with everything Member Forsley said about, well, you just also issue that other request, you'll probably get the records you're looking for. But I have to disagree with her on one part. which is that there's kind of 50-50 about the intent on both sides. That's not true. The statute, the CPRA, the local law, and the Court of Appeals rulings show that you can never consider the intent of a requester. It has absolutely no relevance. But the Sunshine Ordinance does take into account the intent of the government, so it is something you can consider, because if the violation is willful, it's official misconduct. So it's not a equal-sided thing about, not assuming intent. The intent of the government does matter if it was willful. The intent of the public has no relevance due to state law, local law, and court rulings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else, public comment? No further public comment. Let's have a vote.
Member Forsley?
Aye.
Forsley, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Chair Schmidt?
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye.
I may have heard a voice there, and since we had some problems, was there someone else who wanted to make public comment? I heard a voice. Sorry, maybe I imagined it, but okay. Sorry, Cheryl, go ahead.
Moved by Member Forsley, second by Member Stein, to forward to the task force to find jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you. I think we're going to take a break, but let me just ask if the next petitioner is present. Someone named Stilian Bejanski. Okay, just wanted to know. Yeah. Oh, you are here. Okay, well, we're going to take a 10-minute break anyway. All right. If you are there, Mr. Bejanski, we're having trouble hearing you.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Okay, great.
All right, sounds great.
We're almost at the 3-hour mark, which is quite a long period of time for this meeting, but let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 8:30.
Okay.
8:30.
All right.
Okay, and they voted 3-0 to find that they have jurisdiction.
Chair Schmidt, my computer says 8:30. Are you ready to continue with the meeting?
Yeah, let's go ahead. It's 8:30. Let's just proceed right now.
Item number 7, file number 21008, complaint filed by Stilian Bijanski against the Planning Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner.
All right. We already know that the complainant is here. Is there anyone here on behalf of the Planning Department?
Indeed, we are.
Okay, great. Can I get your name?
Laura Lynch.
My name is Jonas.
Okay.
My name is Jonas Ionin with the Planning Department, and Laura Lynch is here with us with the Planning Department.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll hear from the parties. I want to remind the parties that this is a Sunshine Task Force, and we are here today not as a full task force, but as a committee to determine if this is appropriate to be ready to go to the task force, and also that we're only dealing with sunshine issues here. We're dealing with documents, whether documents, sometimes we deal with meetings cases, sometimes we deal with documents cases, but we can't fix other problems. We're just going to be looking at the specific issues that are within our jurisdiction. So first, let's go ahead and hear from the complainant. You have 3 minutes, and wait for an indication from our administrator who will be timing you.
Are you ready, sir?
Yes, I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Sure. So I just want to give a brief summary of the complaint. On March 11, 2021, I was contacted over the phone by Diego Sanchez based on my previous request to the Office of Short-Term Rentals. I believe Diego Sanchez is some type of analyst for the Planning Department. I mentioned to him that the Planning Department is potentially violating California Constitution Code 36901 and 25132, where the maximum penalty per violation is set to $1,000. Instead, the Planning Department is seeking $33,800 from me. After trying to confuse me that I cannot read the law, Mr. Sanchez stated that we can negotiate. On March 12, 2021, at 5 p.m., I was contacted by Rob Kaplan, an attorney from the city office. He also tried to convince me that I cannot read the state law. Again, he was very familiar with the conversation I had with Diego Sanchez the previous days. I requested the production of records under Sunshine Ordinance, but records between Mr. Sanchez and the Rob Kaplan, presumably the negotiators, were not provided. Usually due to the, they said, client privilege communications. On April 13, 2021, Jonas Ionin told me that the Planning Department does not employ a negotiator. My question here is whether and under what circumstances the Planning Department employs or use negotiator from the City Attorney's Office. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on behalf of the petitioner? No? Let's go ahead. When Cheryl's ready, we would hear speakers on behalf of the respondent. Or first the respondent themselves.
When do we know to begin?
Just a second.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Yeah, no
Appreciate I can only imagine how difficult it is in this.
You can only imagine. Okay. You ready to start, sir?
Certainly am.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Cheryl. So first of all, I'd like to acknowledge Cheryl and her efforts coordinating these hearings, because we do the same for the Planning Commission, and they're not easy. Certainly acknowledge the committee members for their patience. But I think the chair essentially capsulized what or why we're here, and I'm not sure that the complainant made a strong effort in articulating how the planning department was deficient in responding to their requests. He asked questions, but it's really not the subject of this matter. And we certainly acknowledge that in the complainant, we received several requests for documents, that we were late for one of them. But that's really all that we can acknowledge at this point. The other questions that he poses are really not the subject of this committee. Laura, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. I can continue.
Because we're only afforded a certain amount of time, then I think Laura will try to fill in the rest of it.
Thank you, Jonas, and thank you, Task Force. This is regarding complaint number 21008. On January 5th, 2021, the department sent an email to the complainant confirming receipt of the request for records. On January 18th, 2021, the complainant filed a complaint with the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force stating that no records were provided. As of January 21st, all responsive records were provided to the complainant. The department acknowledges that we were in violation of the Administrative Code Section 67.25 and that we exceeded the time allowed. In an abundance of caution, the planning department requested for our information and technology team to do a full search of all emails using keyword searches identified by the requester. These emails were sent to the complainant on March 19th, 2021, and no other records are outstanding. Since the complaint was filed with the department, we have received 2 additional requests from the same complainant, and all were provided to the complainant in a timely manner. Thank you for your time, and this concludes our presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for any of these parties?
You're on mute.
Thank you. So this is Member Stein, and I just wanted to ask the respondents, from my reading of this packet, it seemed like there were emails from 2 different employees, I guess, that didn't get included in the original records request response. And I'm just wondering if you have anything to say about why some of this information was missing in the first, in the first round of responding.
Sure. This is Laura. I can absolutely respond to that. It was an oversight by by the planning department. Our staff, when we receive requests, generally they're for specific projects, and in this specific case, they were related to, I believe, keywords. So any email that the department had with the individual's name or a certain address, corresponding with emails throughout the department. We had identified the staff members primarily involved, and we did not know that there were emails that were sent to the director from the complainant and also to finance. So it's not that we withheld on purpose. We just weren't aware that those people were involved. And again, since that, we decided to just go to IT and do that request instead of relying on staff to ensure that all emails are provided. And again, these are emails that the complainant had. And so we were providing emails that were already in his possession.
Okay, thank you.
Member Forsley, is your hand indicator up? Okay, sorry.
I lowered it.
Hello?
I don't have any other I don't think I have questions. I think for purposes of what we're doing here today, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I see that there are any outstanding documents that haven't been produced. But you know, maybe everything's here. He claims, I guess, that there's some missing documents. Maybe we send it to the task force.
Can we
with
ask?
all due respect, committee
We
members,
can't decide the
with all
case
due
here.
respect, committee members, I mean, if he can't identify the missing documents, anyone can allege that there are missing documents. We can't provide documents that don't exist.
Yes, between the planning department and the
what I'm saying is that we can't decide the case either in one party's favor or in the other party's favor. This is a committee hearing where we try to look at some preliminary questions to see if there's anything that would indicate that the case is not ready to be decided upon by the task force. And so, but the task force has to make the final decision. And I'm not indicating which way, I would vote here, other than saying I'm not seeing any missing documents. There was an acknowledgement of lateness, so that could affect, a decision of some kind at the end. But we're just trying to figure out, is there, are we talking about an agency where there is jurisdiction, and are the documents that are requested public? Therefore, we would pass this on to the task force. In most cases, we would.
So in most cases, well, I'm denied any communication between the planning and the attorney office, because the planning is saying that they're client to the attorney office. So I'm not sure whether that's true or not. But
thank you, Mr. Bajonski. I need to ask you. We may have another question or two for you. Right now, we're just trying to figure out if we want to advance your case for a hearing before the full Sunshine Task Force, and that's really what this is about today. I'll make a motion this time that we find that the records that are being requested would be, public records or are public records, and there is jurisdiction, and so we send this to the task force to make to hear the case.
Through the chair, if I may. We are scheduled to appear before the Compliance and Amendments Committee. If you're sending us to the full task force, is there any necessity to even go to the committee for compliance and amendments if this committee is already forwarding us there?
That's a question that is. Let me ask you something, because I had a little confusion personally that maybe what you're talking about, it's somewhat on the same issue. Are you scheduled to go in next week on this same item number?
Yes, I'm trying to prevent wasting additional city resources on something that is frivolous.
Yeah.
And so if we're going to appear before the full Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, I don't believe that coming before the Compliance Amendments Committee and wasting several members of city resources to sit and wait to be forwarded to the same committee or task force is necessary.
Yeah, and I had the same question, because I saw this same item number on their calendar and I wasn't sure what was happening. And I'm going to ask a question.
It's not on compliance and amendments next week.
They got notice
I'm
that
sorry,
it
in
is.
July. We're on compliance and amendments in July.
Oh, July.
For this same file.
Oh, it's July for this file. Okay. I don't think there's any reason that I know of that you would have to go there also, in addition to seeing us right now.
Can we ask
Thank
Cheryl?
you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Cheryl, do you know anything about this?
Well, I can tell you that compliance and amendments is meeting next week, and Mr. Bajanski's cases are not on the agenda.
No, we were continued to July.
You have 3 cases. What's the case number?
I believe they're the same case numbers. I mean, they're all associated with the same complaint.
I know, but they're
It's the same. It's the same complainant. So I just don't want to waste your time or our time.
No. I haven't even begun drafting the July agenda yet.
We received notice that our compliance and amendments schedule was continued to July, which was part of the confusion from me and my staff as to whether or not we even needed to appear today. We received notices and emails about continuances to July. So I just want to, I mean, if we need to be there, we'll be there, but we're basically going to say the same thing. And it's associated with the same complaint and the same complainant. They're the same issues. We don't want to be redundant and waste resources. We've waited several hours for this, and now we're going to do the same for the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. And again, all of the documents, all of the responsive documents have been provided.
And this is Laura. Cheryl, I'm looking at the email that you sent about the June 22nd continued to July 13th. It's for file number 20117, which we're hearing next. And the other file number 20124, but that complaint is identical to the complaint we just heard. It was filed against a different individual, which is part of the planning department. So the planning department has been representing the entirety of this case. So I don't think there should be 2 complaints for the same department.
Okay, I can't tell a complainant that they can't file another complaint. That I can't. If they have a complaint, if Mr. Bajanski says he has 3 separate complaints, even though they are all planning department, they may be different issues.
We're not suggesting that the complainant can't file separate complaints. We're suggesting that in order to basically conserve resources, we don't waste our time talking about the same thing on 2 different committees and then a whole task force.
There is something. I'm looking at the file for this case, and I'm seeing at page P495 that they've been notified in 20117 to appear before the Compliance and Amendments Committee. And it's my understanding that I was curious about this earlier. That's at the end of the package. Out of 178 pages, it's about 5 pages from the end. And I wasn't sure what was happening. And it does sound like for some reason they're being told that they need to go to 2 different committees for the same case. So the best I can tell you right now is that we're going to send 20117. If we do, we're going to send it to be heard by the full task force. It should not therefore have to be put before a different committee before it goes before the full task force.
That's correct.
And
thank you.
I'm going to ask within our administrative process that we figure out if there is some reason why notification was being sent for two different committees for the same case. And to resolve it, if what I'm seeing is actually happening.
Can I raise another point, Chair Schmidt?
Yes, please.
This is Member Stein. So in this packet, I do think there was a question about, the time it took to get a complete response. But these other alleged violations, I just didn't see anything that spoke to them, like failing to justify withholding, because I didn't see any withholding within the individual responses, or failing to provide an index because there was no withholding, so there was no need for an index, and then failing to provide the public with info. Eventually, all the information seems to have been given. So I'm wondering if we can also streamline this request to just speak to the points that are addressed in it. That are, I don't know if that's something we can do or not, but it just might make it a little bit clearer going forward.
I'd be happy to.
What case are you talking about? Are you talking about item 7 or item 8?
8. Are we on?
Okay. I thought we were hearing item 7 right now.
I'm sorry. I'm in the, okay, yeah. I jumped in my notes. I'll save that for item 8.
I thought we were hearing both together, sorry.
We have to do one at a time here.
No, I understand. Thank you.
Member Stein, do you want to, what you were just saying, do you want to hold off until the next?
Yes, I want to wait till we're on point 8 for that.
Okay.
On case 8.
Yeah. So I think we kind of covered the multi-committee question. And so I think the last thing before that was that I think I made a motion that we send this on.
Who wants to second?
I can second that.
Okay, Cheryl, let's go ahead with, we have a seconded motion. Let's go ahead and hear any public comment there may be on this matter.
Yes, anonymous number 2, please.
Are you ready, sir?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So on this one only, which is just apparently about the timeliness or completeness, they admitted they violated the timeliness portion of the law, but then they said something interesting, which is that the records that they hadn't provided at that time were not intentionally withheld. It's because they only went to certain employees which they believed had the records. But the issue here is if you're asking a department for the records, they should just perform an IT search. And those kinds of IT searches get a lot more records produced, including those that they may not be supposedly aware of. But their argument, there's an echo right now. Their argument that didn't intentionally withhold, again, courts have found that that's not relevant. So from Community Youth Athletic Center versus City of National City, the effect of the city's inability or unwillingness to locate the records had the same effect as withholding requested information from the public. From Sukumar versus City of San Diego, the city correctly states there is no evidence that intentionally withheld known responsive documents. However, bad faith is not the test. And then it gives you the same exact quote that I read to you from Community Youth Athletic Center versus City of National City. So they may think it's all a waste of time, but they violated the law, and that's why they should, that's why they have to have a hearing and ideally have an order of determination against them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anonymous number 2. Anyone else with public comment on this matter? Okay, it doesn't sound like there's any other public commenters on this matter, so we can vote.
Chair Schmidt?
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Forsley?
Aye.
Member Forsley, aye. The motion to send the matter to the full task force, that the records are public and there is jurisdiction, passes.
Okay, great. Let's hear the next matter, which looks like that involves pretty much the same parties.
Item number 8, file number 20117, complaint filed by Stephen Bajanski, Steph Stillian Bajanski against John Cleonen and the Planning Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6724 by failing to provide public records, 6725, or failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and or complete manner, 6726 by failing to keep withholding to a minimum, 6727 by failing to justify withholding, 6729 by failing to provide an index of.
Okay, and again, I won't repeat my prior admonitions about sort of the extent of what we're doing here today. But let's go ahead, unless members have anything beforehand. Let's go ahead and hear from the parties. First, from the complainant. Cheryl, whenever you're ready.
Complainant ready? Mr. Bajanski?
Yes, I'm here. About this complaint, yes. Sure. I don't have much information about this complaint. The only thing that I remember is, again, that I was told, first I was accused that I am part of the conspiracy theory, and then I was told that that I received that email by error. So this was a client information between the planning department and the attorney office. So, I mean, if they're discussing whether I'm a conspiracy member of Conan or another organization, I don't think so. That really should appear anywhere. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Respondent, your turn.
Thank you, committee members. Out of deference of time to you and your committee, I believe our point has been made.
All right, thank you.
Our presentation.
Appreciate that. Anyone on behalf of anyone else on behalf of either of the parties? There not being so. Any questions from the members? I know that because these involve same parties, there may have been overlap in some of our minds about certain things. I myself took Member Stein's point very well, that it's just some of the allegations don't seem to match up with anything that's presented in the paperwork. But let's go ahead with questions and then maybe discussion after that.
Maybe I can just ask a question of the petitioner. So you say that there's a violation of keeping withholding to a minimum, failing to justify withholding, and failing to provide an index of records. Do you have any documentation to verify that was specific withholding of portions of records?
Yes. So basically, when I request it, they usually send you the communication, the email communication with each of the members inside the planning department. And what I see inside, because they're writing to each other, what I see inside the emails is they're missing communication between some of the, so I can see some communication in one of the people, like group emails, but I don't see the same communication in the other. So somehow they're like that information, so I'm not receiving some of the information. And the one that I received was kind of shocking, that they say, okay, he's still in this conspiracy member, he's founder of this conspiracy website, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And I asked about this email. They said, well, you received that by error. This is communication to the attorney's office, and you shouldn't have received that. So, I mean, obviously there's a bunch of limitation from the information that I received.
Just usually these sections have to do with when you're given what's called redacted information. You're given information where certain pieces have been blacked out, and then they're supposed to let you know the specific reasons why they've blacked out or excised or withheld that information. That's what some of these points generally refer to. So I understand what is missing, but I'm not sure they quite fall under some of these sections.
It's not a blackout. I'm not talking about blackout.
Right. Okay.
I'm talking about missing it all.
Okay, thank you.
A question for the petitioner. Are you concerned about not receiving other communications from them that you haven't received involving you being a member of a conspiracy?
Yes, I would like to learn more about that. I mean, what is all this about?
And you believe there are other communications that you have not received. Is that what you're saying?
I believe. I mean, if it's missing in one place, I assume it's missing in another place. It's missing different communications.
Okay.
I believe that the communication is rather filtered, not presented as I requested.
Okay, thank you.
So maybe I have a question too for the respondents. Once you went and had your IT department do the search, were there any documents that you held back for any specific reasons?
The only documents we would have redacted or not provided to the requester would have been those that have been attorney-client privileged, and those would have been solely with the city attorney's office, and they would have only been advice documents. So I mean, I can't speak to documents that he is alleging that were withheld, other than potentially emails that are not substantive. So if there's communications that were deleted between members of the planning department that broke a chain or a thread of conversation, if there's simple conversations and non-substantive, we're not required to retain those. And I apologize, but we're just going to simply delete those.
So would you have deleted those after you did your IT search, or are you saying?
Absolutely not. No, absolutely.
So what I'm asking very specifically is, you did an IT search, you found some more documents, you had a certain number of documents. Were any of those withheld? And did you justify or explain the reasons for withholding them?
Only the city attorney advice documents, which probably were limited. I mean, to be honest with you, I can't even speak to the documents he's alleging. He has not identified any documents specifically, so it's difficult to respond.
Right, but you identified documents through your IT system that had to do with his request, and you're saying you gave them all over, or there were some that you retained because they might have been privileged information from the city attorney's office?
The only documents we would have withheld would have been advice from the city attorney's office.
But you're saying that hypothetically, were there any that were found and withheld?
I'm not saying that hypothetically. I'm saying that, in fact,
okay.
Only documents he's alleging that we may have withheld would have been from the city attorney's office. They're not hypothetical. I'm responding directly.
Found them and you withheld them because they were from the city attorney's office.
So
the
Jonas,
only documents we would have withheld. Sorry, go ahead, Laura.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, when we did that IT search, we didn't go through and verify what was provided previously, what was provided now, because that didn't seem like something that would be worthwhile. And at the end of the day, we were just trying to provide the requested information to the complainant. Any documents that were withheld were city attorney confidential. I can't tell you if they were found after the after the fact. I just letting you know that our practice is aligned with the city attorney's office and to withhold certain communication between their office and staff. So those are the only emails that would have been withheld.
I'm asking the question because, and maybe Chair Schmidt, you can correct me, but my understanding is under the Sunshine Ordinance that you would still identify that there were documents, but then you would withhold them and tell us why you're withholding them. That is how my understanding of the Sunshine Ordinance and what it requires.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
I think that would be the case, and I'm not sure if there's any indication here that actually did occur, that there were communications and that they failed to identify them. Of course, you know, we wouldn't necessarily have been told that because that would be the problem, but I don't think we can assume. I think that complainant is basically saying that if there had been anything that was withheld, it would have been within that category. But I don't think he said, I remember, you know, that we withheld certain communications.
Right.
With all due respect to the committee, it's just very difficult to respond to a general complaint. It's, you know, it's impossible for us to just simply, after 6 or plus responses to requests for documents, to identify each and every document that was responded to, or some that may have been redacted.
And I would just like to confirm that on our email to Mr. Brzezinski on March 19th, we did cite that we were withholding attorney-client privilege in accordance with the California Public Records Act and cited Government Code Section 6254K and Admin Code Section 67.27. So that was in response to our IT search of the emails.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so it does sound like there were some, and they did notify him that there were some withheld documents. I don't know if that's what he's contesting, though. I'm not sure. But okay, any other questions for the parties from anyone? I don't, and just like with the last case, you know, I know that some of the items like the index, et cetera, it doesn't look like there would be a ruling that was supported, you know, by any evidence. And I'm not sure if there's any ruling in this case that would be supported by evidence. But we're not here to decide it. We're just here to decide whether we move this forward. And so I'll make a motion to find that the documents at issue are public and there is jurisdiction. And
Sorry.
I'm going to move this. Hello?
I apologize. Sorry, this is Laura, and I really apologize that I am interrupting you right now. I just wanted to point out that this complaint specifically, if you look in the packet, states that we are out of compliance, and the complaint referenced is that we had not provided 7 audio files that were requested. These audio files were requested on October 1st, and staff provided 4 out of the 7 files on October 5th, and the remainder of the files were provided on October 16th. So I just wanted to make sure we all understand that this specific complaint is about those audio files and not necessarily about the city attorney emails. Okay. That's just information about our communication with the complainant, but this one is dated prior to any of that, those other requests coming in. So this is really specific to the audio files. And I apologize, okay. I apologize again for interrupting.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Understood. I appreciate the clarification. And just word to the wise is that as this thing, if it does move forward, I assume it will, just, always make that clear, what this is about, what it's not about. Exactly. So, again, my motion, public records, jurisdiction, and let's go ahead and send this to the full task force for a decision.
We need a second.
I can second it. This is member.
Okay, so let's go ahead and open it for public comment. Do we have anyone who wants to make public comment on this item?
Anonymous number 2, please.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I think, your rules say always look at things, giving all the benefit of the doubt you can to the requester. And I agree that these alleged violations, citations to the Sunshine Ordinance, are probably not the most relevant sections for this complaint. But I don't think that prevents your full task force from looking at the actual relevant response here, which is about these audio recordings, and seeing if there is a violation evidenced in this record. And finally, with regards to the allegedly attorney-client privileged emails, your task force ruled in the last similar case of Stephen Malloy versus the Department of Human Resources, they, even though the email bodies were attorney-client privileged, you ordered disclosed the email headers showing who was communicating with who, to prove that it was actually a communication between the city attorney's office and its client, instead of just communications, for example, within DHR, or in this case, within the Department of Planning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Okay, there being no further, let's go ahead and vote on that.
Chair Schmidt?
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Horsley?
Aye.
Member Horsley, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. The motion to find the records public, there is jurisdiction and forward to the task force passes.
Thank you, committee members, and out of deference and respect to the next committee, the department won't be attending the other committee hearing because it seems as though these will be referred to the full Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, where we will respectfully appear. So just to save everyone time, we will just simply appear at that hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to what looks like it's our last case for the day. Last but not least, Cheryl, could you read the case?
Item number 9, file number 21011, complaint filed by the Electronic Frontier Foundation against the police department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721, 26, and 27D by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and complete manner, failing to keep withholding to a minimum, and failing to provide assistance information regarding the alternate sources of information requested.
All right. For the petitioner, who do we have here today? For the complainant, Electronic Frontier Foundation, is anyone present here today? How about for the respondent, police department?
Lieutenant Aaron Parra for legal.
Okay, great. Thank you. So it sounds like we don't have anyone here.
I'm sorry, we do have somebody here. This is Syra Hussein from the Electronic Frontier Foundation. I also have my colleague Beryl Lipton, who I know is on the line. I'm just not sure if she's been able to unmute yet.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, so we have both sides are here, and that's great. Members, I don't know if there's anything that we need to say before we go to the witnesses. Just want to reiterate that we have, we have a specific task here today, and so we're just trying to figure out, is this ready to go to the task force, and can we make the findings that are necessary before we do that? That's generally what we do here in this committee. So we can hear first from the complainant side when Cheryl's ready with the timer.
Are you ready, petitioners? Hello? Ms. Hussein? Hello? Ms. Hussein?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Beryl, are you on the line?
I am on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I don't want to start the timer unless you're ready.
Perfect. No, I'm ready. I apologize.
All right. And who is speaking?
This is Beryl Lipton with the Electronic Frontier Foundation.
Are you both speaking, or are you taking turns speaking? You're both
primarily.
Beryl Lipton. Okay. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Beryl Lipton. I'm an investigative researcher with the Electronic Frontier Foundation, which since 1990 has been challenging policies and practices in the digital world that threaten our civil liberties. And I'm here today with my colleague, Saira Hussein, because of the San Francisco Police Department's failure to disclose public records under the Sunshine Ordinance. The subject of EFF's request were records related to SFPD's role in the use of face recognition technology in the city. In July 2019, San Francisco became the first major U.S. city to ban government use of face recognition technology. And SFPD's compliance with the city's ban came into question on September 24th, 2020, when the San Francisco Chronicle reported that SFPD had circulated a bulletin containing a surveillance camera image of a suspect. In response, the Regional Fusion Center, NCRIC, processed the image through its face recognition system and provided the results to SFPD. This report generated significant public interest. And accordingly, last December, EFF filed a multi-part request about this reported use of face recognition, citing the Chronicle report and asking for communications between SFPD and NCRIC and other law enforcement agencies, crime alert bulletins, chain of custody documents, data sharing agreements, and other documents that could shine a light on how SFPD seeks assistance in determining the identity of individuals in photos or on video. In response, SFPD provided only one document, an email statement to reporters about the incident in the Chronicle article. SFPD claimed some records were wholesale exempt under Government Code Section 6254 Subpart F, and that it could not locate other records. Because SFPD claimed exemptions in response to entire categories of records without any attempt to segregate releasable material, EFF filed a complaint with this task force in January. In March, the SFPD responded with over 20 pages of records pertaining to the case at issue in the Chronicle article, including the chronological report of the investigation, portions of crime bulletins, email responses from other law enforcement agencies regarding the crime bulletin, and photographs and communications from NCRIC regarding possible suspects. This task force has jurisdiction, and we urge the full task force to sustain this complaint, because the records that SFPD ultimately produced should have been disclosed in response to our initial public records request. It should not take an appeal to this task force by an organization with sufficient resources to pursue a complaint for the public to receive information that sheds light on whether the SFPD is complying with city law. We thank you for your time and for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the people's right to know.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on behalf of the complainant speaking? Okay, we can hear from the respondent now.
Okay, you ready?
Cheryl?
Yeah, good. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So the San Francisco Police Department is in receipt of the complaint filed by the Electronic Frontier Foundation with the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, alleging that San Francisco violated Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Sections 6721, 26, 27D by failing to respond to public records requests in a timely and complete manner, failing to keep withholding to a minimum, and failing to provide assistance information regarding alternate sources of information requested. We have reevaluated the documents and we agreed to supplement our productions and have provided some additional redacted documents. EFF requested the following for request 1. Any and all records related to the use of facial recognition and other activity related to the case referenced in the September 24, 2020 San Francisco Chronicle report, including but not limited to any internal communications, including but not limited to emails between any SFPD officials, any internal communications, including but not limited to emails between SFPD and officials with NCRIC, any internal communications, including but not limited to emails between SFPD, county sheriffs, and San Francisco County District Attorney's Office, all crime alert bulletins associated with the case referenced in the September 24th, 2020 San Francisco Chronicle report, all communications with the press, members of the Board of Supervisors or other external parties, all evidence custody logs and related chain of custody information, all documents provided to Ia Visa, I'm sorry if I mispronounced his name, as referenced in the San Francisco Chronicle. San Francisco has identified the following documents for requested 1, A through D, F and G. If you want, I can go through those again. The chronological report of the investigation proportion of the crime bulletin, email respondents from outside agencies regarding the crime bulletin, including photographs and communications from NCRIC regarding possible suspect containing protective CLEX information upon reevaluating SFPD determined to disclose portions of the crime bulletin and related emails. SFPD's supplemental response has been reduced to the requester. Please note redactions have been made to these materials under Government Code 6254F, which exempts from disclosure records of complaints to investigations conducted by intelligence information or security procedures and investigators or security files filed by local police agencies. In addition, redactions have been made of CLEX information under Penal Code 11105.
Your time is up.
Furthermore, SFPD.
Sir, I'm going to give you another 30 seconds. Just my prerogative.
Okay. Thank you. Furthermore, SFPD stands by the determination and maintaining its position and declines to release the chronological reports of investigations under Government Code 6254F. We also declined to disclose information received from the Northern California NCRIC under Evidence Code 1040. This information is official privilege within the means of status, and we declined to disclose the information. As for the SFPD's response in Part E of the request, we produced the below statement we previously released to the SF media.
Sir, just a clarification. The latest production, is that the production that we have a record of dated March 19th? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yes,
okay.
Sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other parties on, or any other speakers on behalf of the parties? There being none, it is time where we might ask any questions we might have of these speakers. I'm going to ask a question of the petitioner, which is that the March 19th letter contains legal citations to, I counted at least 3 different types of exemptions or immunities or protections, including Government Code 6254F and Evidence Code 1040. Have you done any work in terms of assessing the validity of those objections in the context of this case?
This is Saira Hussain, a staff attorney with the Electronic Frontier Foundation.
Yes.
We are not endorsing the department's reading of these exemptions as being necessarily valid. What we've decided to do is we have not decided to continue to appeal the records that have been produced. What we would like this task force to find is that the initial request that we made was sufficient in seeking information from the SFPD, and the SFPD did not provide the necessary records under the Sunshine Ordinance. They failed to segregate or release segregable materials, and in doing so violated the Sunshine Ordinance and only produced those documents in response to our complaint to this task force. So what we'd like this task force to do is find that the SFPD originally, in their response, failed to abide by the Sunshine Ordinance for the reasons that we listed under the 3 sections of the Sunshine Ordinance. But we do not take a position on whether they continue to be in violation by citing these particular government codes and evidence code sections.
So do you mean that you do not want to assert that the information that is claimed to be protected is something that you wish to obtain an order compelling production of?
That's correct. What we're seeking is a sustaining by this task force of our complaint that the SFPD failed to disclose information in response to our initial request under the Sunshine Ordinance.
Okay, so a lot of that seems like it's about lateness. That's what you're...
It's not just apologies. It's not just about lateness. It's the fact that in response to our request, they produced one singular statement that they produced by email, which was a public statement they made to reporters. They also withheld entire tranche of documents by claiming government code section 6254F. And only after we filed the complaint with this body did they then produce those documents. And as my colleague stated, it shouldn't take an organization with resources and the ability to pursue a complaint to gain access to information that the public has a right of access to under the Sunshine Ordinance.
Okay. If and when this goes to the full task force, I think it would behoove you to make it clear what you want and what you don't want, because if you don't want to claim that they are withholding something you're entitled to, then yeah, you might get an order that just says that they're late, but that would sort of, in a way, it's an admission that, yeah, what they were holding on to, they didn't have to give to you anyway. I'm not saying that their initial response was the correct response, but I'm just trying to make sure that you're going to pose it before the task force as what you specifically do want. And I'm going to assume that you don't want to get into the application of the law to the specific types of documents and the documents that we have seen, to the redacted information. You don't want to talk about legal issues because that's something that I would think it would be a big part of our hearing at the task force. And I know I would be definitely looking at that. I just don't want to do it right now because I don't think we need to advance you to the task force. So if you're not going to be presenting those issues, then maybe we're not going to have to even worry about that later. But I was going to say, if you had been planning to bring those issues, I was going to say, brief them well, because they're pretty complicated. And I don't want to say which side I would fall on either of those issues, but they're very interesting evidentiary issues. And in a way, I'm kind of disappointed that you're not. But that be it as it may, my speech is over. I don't have any further questions for you right now. Members, any other questions for the parties, the witnesses? Or do you any discussion? Any thoughts? It sounds like I wasn't aware that they had sort of contracted their request and that they did. So I spent my whole week. No, I didn't spend my whole week. But I was looking at case law and everything because I thought that's where we were going on this thing. But I'm sure that if it would have come up now, it's going to come up again anyways some other time. So I'm sure I'll use it then. But it does seem like, if nothing else, there's a time, probably a time violation here. And so we probably advance it just on that. Not just on that, but we do advance it. If for nothing else, then that's something that would there would be some support for that possible finding.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, let's just say no. That was a pretty poor motion if it was. I move. I don't want to make all the motions, then I get all the flack. No, I move. Yes, these are public documents. There is certainly jurisdiction, and we send this matter to the full task force for hearing.
I will second it.
Okay, so at this point, we can have public comment. Whenever Cheryl is ready.
Do we have public commenters?
Anonymous number 2, please.
Any other public commenters? Okay. Anonymous, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. So obviously I would support the motion and I think there's a clear violation. I would not call it timeliness, and in my cases where I've argued the same thing, you don't call it timeliness, you generally call it a violation of 6726. Because what they did is they actively, in writing, withheld an entirety records before the complaint, and then after the complaint changed their story and said, well, actually only a part of it should have been withheld, which is an admission of violation of 6726. But separate from that, what the EFF stated here is very important. And they've done the same with me, and I've brought you complaints about it. They will withhold everything, and then only when they realize someone has, the will to go forward and file complaints, will they change their mind and then only redact portions of it. and that's completely unlawful, and that's not a timeliness thing. That's a 6726 thing. But I would agree with Member Schmidt. I'm disappointed that EFF apparently isn't going to argue the evidence code 1040 issue. And if they don't argue it, I'll make the same records request and argue it myself in a complaint. Their citation to evidence code 1040 is not lawful in the city of San Francisco. Only two certain subsets of official information are privileged under evidence code 1040, which are in B1 and B2, and they need to cite which ones and why. Because I don't believe all this information that they still haven't provided is blanket exempt. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any other public comment on this matter? Okay, I guess people are going to bed early. Okay, so let's have a vote.
Chair Schmidt?
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Forsley?
Aye.
Member Forsley, aye. Moved by Chair Schmidt, second by Member Stein, to find that the records are public, there is jurisdiction, and to send to the full task force.
Okay, next matter.
Item number 10, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the complaint committee.
Anything, members? Any of those things?
I don't know, maybe we could just forward a note to, maybe we could forward a note to Chair Wolf that we need to re-examine the timeline of when we send out paper packets and when files must be completed, so that we just ensure that the packets have enough time to reach everybody who may need them. I don't want this piece to get lost.
It's not going to be, Laura.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we have to figure out one way or another. Apparently, he sent it to us in some fashion. I'm not sure why, to decide. And then it sounds like maybe it's a rules thing where the rules committee would
Are you
deal
saying
with it.
the Chair Wolf sent it to the complaint committee to decide?
I thought that's what
No.
either you or Victor told me. I thought Victor said that. No? Okay.
No. I spoke with Chair Wolf
Yeah.
about this particular issue.
Okay.
And he said that this is something that might be addressed in the administrator's report. I asked him about that, if he wanted me to include it in the administrator's report as a discussion topic, so that all of us would know what to expect, and I would get more direction on how they would like me to handle it, because I've been doing it this way for 3 years. So if you want to change things, that's fine. I just
so is it you are going to put it in the administrator's report?
I already have.
Okay, then that's fine. That's great.
Okay. So sorry, Cheryl, I misheard you. I thought I heard someone say that Chair Wolf had said something about us changing the rules or something like that. But if we're gonna raise it, then let's look at the business days, et cetera, and figure out if we can make it work for people who don't have internet access, because we're all concerned about that. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, that's the only thing that came up to me that seems like we're having to, like the only glitchy kind of thing that we've seen in the last couple meetings. And it does sound, from what Cheryl said, in response, not in response, but on an issue that had come up, which is that, when are we going to start having meetings at City Hall? It sounds like there's no sense of when that might happen yet. And so it's just, wait and see kind of thing. And I don't know how long the emergency orders will keep going, but we know that they're still in place and they haven't changed.
The only thing that has taken place is that my supervisor has asked all of us who are in legislation, who are in operations, me, when we actually need to be at City Hall to do things. And for me, it's always been Thursdays and Fridays. Because Thursdays, I put the packets together. And then Fridays, I upload them. And that can take, between uploading, scanning, Bates numbering, it takes a while. So that's what I do on Fridays.
Yeah. Well, if it's business days, and we're, it's the week before a committee meeting, and especially if there's one of the parties wants things by mail, maybe that's the kind of thing where it's a Tuesday-ish thing. And so that's something that, I'm probably speaking out of turn. I'm just sort of like talking. I'm not the chair of the task force, so I can't necessarily compel anything. But yeah, it sounds like maybe you could tell I'm sorry.
Petitioner?
No, your boss.
Oh, my supervisor.
Yeah. Tell her that we may need to ask that something be done sometimes.
Yeah, if I have to go in on a Tuesday, I will just say Tuesday is also committee day. So I will go into the office and then come back home so that I can attend a committee meeting. Is that what you're asking me to do?
I'd just like to interject a little bit. I think we're just going a little bit in the wrong direction with this, as eventually we are going to be back in the office, and that's not going to become an issue. I think we should just, come up with a practice for the administrators to follow, that we're going to treat people who need mail differently, and then we'll make advance appointments, schedule them a month and a half in advance, just so we have time to get everything. And just so you know, when we initially received the complaints, the respondents are supposed to respond with their documentations within 5 days. However, we have no way to enforce that request from the task force. So in essence, we should have all the documentation within 5 days of receiving the complaint. But that doesn't happen, and we give them another chance to submit at a later time. It's a matter of, are we going to start enforcing our initial request and so forth? But I just think in terms of mail complaints, we just pull them aside, schedule a meeting a month ahead of time, and make everyone respond earlier than usual. And just make it a practice for anyone who's dealing with mail to just pull those aside, instead of trying to create a process just for a one-time event that's going to go away eventually.
Okay, sounds good to me. Is that everyone good on that? And if we want to talk more about it at the administrator's report, we got another shot. Okay, I have nothing further on item 10.
Public comment?
Cheryl?
Public comment?
Yeah, let's go ahead and have public comment.
Mr. Warfield, are you ready?
Yes, tell me when to start, please.
Go ahead.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com, and also P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. This discussion is rather alarming because I think you have certainly objectives that are good, but I believe all of this should be absolutely discussed in public, wherever it is that you are considering it. I don't think it's an administrative thing, and I certainly don't think that you should be, as Victor says, treat people who need mail differently. I think you need to treat everybody as much as possible equally and basically the same. I think your problem right now is that you have people waiting weeks and months to get a hearing, and then they get very short notice. And if they had or needed or think they need to provide additional information, and all sides are equally able to provide additional information, your deadline of 5 days prior to the hearing date is just too short in a variety of ways, including to be fair to the task force, which I think needs time to read 600 and 1,000-page long agenda packets, and not just a weekend. So I think the whole thing needs to be considered, but it needs to be considered publicly, absolutely publicly, and to be done in full view of the public and with public participation and so on. Likewise, I think the complaint process, it came up at the task force. You have a complaint process that requires the attendance of a member of the public who made a complaint, when the law does not require that. And then you sometimes allow the respondent, who is required by law to come to any hearing you have, to get off without even any comment or violation.
30 seconds.
That needs to be considered as part of the complaint process as well. I think the whole thing actually needs to be considered both from an administrative internal deadlines thing, and that's going to affect the public, but also the complaint process as it stands now. There are a number of problems, but I think you're onto something, but it needs to be done in full view and with participation by the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we just respond that my understanding of the administrator's report is that it's an item on the agenda of the full task force, so it is a public discussion.
Okay, public comment. Anyone else for public comment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, anonymous number 2.
Anonymous number 2. All right. Whenever you're ready, Show.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. So I think Member Schmidt already mentioned it's the business day, non-business day thing. It is true that SOTF, well, I don't know for the last 3 years, I only came here in 2019, but yes, that procedure was always a procedure, including for mailed people. But before COVID, when the 5 business days really meant 5 business days, it means there is a realistic opportunity for people who receive mail to get that. And as I think was discussed earlier, it's because of COVID rules that normal procedure isn't being followed. So, I mean, theoretically, yes, I know Mr. Warfield said that there are various other issues with the complaint procedure, and I agree with him that there are, but it seems like if everything just went back to 1 full week, then yes, the person does get mail, but also yes, both sides have that extra opportunity to give you more information. And I don't think people who have mailed complaints should lose that opportunity, because often, I know in my case, I can narrow down the complaint by the time the hearing comes, because maybe I had 5 things, I thought they did wrong, and they've fixed 3 of them, and maybe I don't care anymore, right? So it is the case that sometimes, even if the city follows their 5-day rule, and the person who made the complaint fully described the complaint originally, it's still useful to provide additional information right before the hearing. especially because, as discussed at your other committee, I think it was compliance, the hearing date is almost always the forcing function that lights a fire under the city to actually give records in many cases where they haven't given it before. And I think that matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public commenters? Okay, no further. I guess we can move on to the next item.
Item 11, adjournment. I have 9:50. Who moves?
I move adjournment. Member Stein.
I'll second that.
All right.
We are adjourned.
I'm shutting down the recording.
Okay. Bye, everyone.
Good night, everyone. Thanks.